We are on. Let's do a quick audio check. Friends, I would like to introduce to you Finn, our game master for this evening.
Ba-bing! I'm here!
Ba-bing! And our dear friend Alison, who's going to be playing the game alongside me. Alison?
Hear me?
I hear
Hello?
you. Hello. For a second, I was like, is this the vibe we're going for where you just don't respond to anything I
just
say?
don't respond.
But you respond maybe to Finn only?
Oh, no.
Yeah, just to Finn.
Just to Finn. Awesome.
Welcome.
There we go. I'm moving now.
Yes, I see you. At first you were, and I was just like, this is great. This is wonderful.
This is fine. It's completely fine. I don't need to talk, right? 2 players is fine?
Maybe.
Oh, for sure. For sure. You can just message me everything you want to say, and then it'll be a wretched experience.
Just a horrible experience.
I love it. But anyways, we're going to get started. Thank you for everyone who's already joined. I'm going to be looking at chat as best as I can, but I also want to engage with Finn and Alison for the game. So if you have any direct questions about the game we're going to be playing, I will do my best to ask Finn on your behalf during the game, but also stuff's going to pop up on screen. And there's going to be a link to his indie game, which you should definitely check out because it's really cool. Yeah. I'm gonna pass it on to you now, Finn.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, good sir.
So, this is Peabody Goodweather's game with a fatal flaw. Peabody could not be here today for the game, but I will share the VOD with him later. However, it looks as though he has kind of appeared to grace us with his presence in the corner up there. And what is that? Does he have a little piece of paper? I wonder what that could be. It's almost as if more will be coming in the future, but we're just going to let him chill up there for now. So Peabody, this game, for the most part, is just a game about constructing a mystery with a small group of people, probably ideally like 3 to 4, but as you will see during our play, depending on what our heroes do and how bold they are, we may come up with some creative solutions for encouraging our heroes to survive this adventure and see the end of it. So we'll cover those things as we get to them. The primary things that we're going to be concerned with right now is that ahead of time, I had Fonda and Alison choose some characters. And these characters are by the book, very simple as per the game Danes that we do. Alison is going to be playing the role of B. Isn't that right, Alison?
It is. Very excited.
Wonderful. And
awesome.
would you like to share your skills that you have? Alison had to choose a major skill, a minor skill, and then a shunned skill.
Yes. So B's major skill is physical. So she is very strong. And her minor skill is awareness sensation. So she's like trusting her senses, kind of adventures based on that way. But as far as her very bad gun skill, it is thinkability mystery. So she's not the best at like puzzles and like putting things. She adventures based on like vibes.
Vibes, yes. So strong with
Decisions.
the muscle, the raw power, okay with the sensation, the five senses, and then not good with more abstract thinking things. I think puzzles is probably a good way to put it, but things that may also boggle the mind more so than just be a hard fact. Because a hard fact doesn't necessarily boggle the mind. And
yeah, because like an average skill is the other ability one. She's good at like history and stuff. If she read it, she could probably remember it.
making basic observations, looking into like clues around you. It's not big, it's not small, it's just normal sized.
It's normal size.
And then
That's
Fonda, that's B. Fonda's going to be playing the role of Effie.
Yeah.
And what are your skills?
My major skill is history. My minor skill that I chose was sensation. And my shunned skill is muscle.
Yeah.
Very opposite.
Very opposite in some ways, both with the same minor skill. And so, taking that into consideration, a major skill is going to grant you a certain bonus. A pretty important bonus, I might add. But in general, we are just going to require 6-sided dice. So if you have some 6-sided dice available to you, ideally, if you have like multicolored or shaped 6-sided dice, you could say that you'll need some of those. Normal dice will just be used in a normal roll, where we will roll 3 dice, and then we'll take the result, add them all together. Any kind of skill roll, including your shunned skill, is going to be 4 dice, and then you'll take the 3 highest dice and make a total out of that. Your major skill is going to get a golden die.
Oh.
And on that golden die, it cannot roll lower than a 4. So if it rolls a 1, a 2, or a 3, you treat it as a 4 instead.
Ooh.
So that is why I would say if anybody plays this game and you just have like, you know, any kind of other colors of dice or shapes of dice or anything, you could make a little pile for like, here's my normal dice, here's my golden dice, and then on your shunned skill, you're actually going to have charred dice.
Oh.
And on your charred die, 5 and 6 have been burnt off, and if you roll those on a charred die, you discard the entire dice.
Oh.
So it does not count to the total of your roll.
Rude.
How dare.
Yes. And then in your normal skill, your minor skill, you just get 1 extra normal die.
Okay.
You may also see a note. Keep track of the order you acquire special dice. Having a skill in something, so like your golden die, your shun die from your major skill, your shun skill, those are not really acquiring those. You sort of always have those. So consider them as, you know, locked and loaded in the chamber whenever you need them. They're skills, you possess them. If you happen to later, for instance, I don't know how this would happen, but if you do acquire other special die, mark down in the order in which you receive them, because it might be important. It's just a little thought for the future, just in case it becomes relevant. Don't laugh.
I feel like
it's a benign comment that probably means nothing.
Of course not. As a fellow DM, you definitely just throw out random information for no reason.
Yeah,
you're not just saying shit just to say stuff.
Lots of stuff doesn't mean anything.
Sure, okay.
Put that on a t-shirt. Lots of stuff don't mean nothing. Doesn't mean anything sometimes. And so this is going to be basically the last blurb. For the structure of the game, we want to unravel a mystery. you need to succeed in 3 what we like to call a fatal check.
Okay.
The fatal check is going to have a target number you need to reach on your roll of 15.
Of
And
15. Okay.
a lot of the times, you might only be using 3 six-sided dice, depending on if your skill is appropriate, to make that check.
Okay.
So it's going to be tough to hit a 15 with that. But if I tell you you've come to a fatal check, you can back out of it.
Oh, okay.
There may be circumstances where backing out is narratively difficult for you, but I promise you, no matter what, you can back out. You just may be faced with another danger, peril, conundrum, something along those lines, and then you'll have to find your way back to the fatal check at some point because you must complete it to solve the mystery.
Hmm?
And
Interesting.
right now, for this adventure I have planned, there's probably gonna be 3 fatal checks that you'll have to solve.
Cool.
Other target numbers may apply. Generally, you're probably gonna see some 10s, maybe a 5 in there, but most of the time, if it's important, it's gonna be at least 10, and then the 15s are the ones you need to solve the game. So, with that out of the way, we're totally ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready. So ready.
Totally ready to go.
Did you need to explain your character?
I will in just a second, actually. And we'll do it through the power of our imaginations as, let's say, a camera breaks through the clouds, descending upon a coastline. To the right, we see a stormy Atlantic Ocean,
Oh.
presumably because it's on the right side of the screen, and the Atlantic is always on the right side of the screen.
Always.
Unless you're not in America. Then it might be a different ocean. But for now, we're traveling north, and the Atlantic Ocean is to our right.
Okay. Okay.
Above us, there are the swirling light blue gray, some of it descending into darker storm clouds. Rain is falling, not too heavy, but there is not a scrap of sky in sight. As we look down, we see, muddled by darkness and storm, a patchwork of greenery and a relatively uniform, but not particularly fine dirt road. And an automobile is chugging along up that dirt road. The canopy has been raised. You are enclosed inside the vehicle. And as we kind of pull in on our imaginary camera of the future of the imagination, we
The
see
mind.
of the mind, we see that driving with some driver's gloves in tow and a mustache that has been slightly at some point picked apart by rainwater, but pressed back into shape as well as is possible. Teague. Teague is dressed pretty finely. He has a excited expression on his face. He looks determined to not crash the car. But otherwise happy enough to be putting along. Teague has described his vehicle as, this model was first constructed in the 1800s. But this is the modern representation of that model. What that really means, it's kind of hard to know, and definitely not important to the story. and you can quote me on that. Um, Big looks around to kind of check on the status of his passengers. In the passenger seat of the car is a fourth person who is a much more wet, kind of dour individual who rings a cap in his hands, looking pretty nervous, has a navy blue coat on. Very simple clothes. They are nice, but nothing incredibly fancy. It looks uniform. It looks like he kind of showed up for an honest day of work, perhaps servicing household or something like that. He has a white shirt buttoned to the collar, and then he has some probably in the morning they were pressed pants or something like that. And in the back we have B and Effie. Now, Teague, you have made acquaintance with a few times. You don't know him quite well enough yet to be very familiar, but he is one of the people that kind of are in the scene of investigating oddities, looking into what the police would probably call low priority disappearances, things along those lines that kind of slip through the cracks or just are local myths and legends, stuff like that. Like he kind of hinted at maybe he dealt in antiquities for a time, and what you discovered that meant was he just kind of wanted to try and buy some cool shit at some point, but he didn't have the money, so he started looking into, well, where did these people get these things? He was like, oh, these were stolen from like other countries. Interesting. And so
Oh, for sure.
things would kind of like roll that way in his life until it led him to meet your acquaintance. The road slopes up and up, and you can see that you're approaching a rather stately manor house that is up on a cliffside, not quite dangerously close to the cliff's edge, but if you're afraid of heights, it could be just 1 yard's length away from what you would consider, comfortable. It's in that in-between spot where you may not want to go slipping and sliding in the wet grass. The man in the passenger seat, his name is Lawrence Gren. And he had been spotted around town, not an unfamiliar sight, but he'd been spotted around town asking for assistance and generally distraught. People took him in around town because they knew his face, and they were able to just make sure that he had a place to stay, he had some food. Teague approached both of you and asked if you could take a look at the household that he used to be the porter for. And what you heard from Lawrence is that the house he came from has been made sick.
Huh. Interesting.
Yes. No one else has come down from the house, and in the time Lawrence has been stalking around the town, nobody has, that you know of, gone to check on the house.
Like at all?
And, no.
And nobody around town has gotten sick from Lawrence running around.
No, and Lawrence doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily
loopy.
look ill. He doesn't look
Hmm.
well, but it definitely shows more emotionally on his face that something is deeply troubling him. But he doesn't have a cough or anything. He's referred to the house as being sick.
I think Effie would like to inquire further about what he means by made sick. Um, Lawrence, yeah, this is the voice I'm going to use for Effie. We're going to go with this. Just
Okay.
just
Yeah.
slightly high pitched and a little whispery. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you mean by been made sick? Like, is there mold? Can you just sort of? I feel like there's a lot of things that could go under that category, and I would like you to maybe describe a bit further what you mean.
This close to the house, Lawrence kind of turns his head a little bit to acknowledge you speaking behind him, but he keeps his gaze relatively locked on the house looming ahead as you make your slow progress up the hill towards it. He kind of sighs for a moment. He says, I've never seen mold do that before. It's just not well. It's not well in there.
Oh,
It doesn't make sense anymore.
Effie's has been taking notes the entire time, by the way. I'm writing very short notes on our shared screen, but Effie is writing elaborate, very well taken notes in a little notebook.
Yes. And you know what? I'll have you do a skill check for us. This is going to be a target number of 10.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a history check for us.
Okay, and so that's my major skill.
That's your major skill.
So-
So you're going to roll
Ooh.
4 dice, and you're going to make one of them a golden dice.
And so 4d6.
Yes.
Okay.
And then your golden die can't roll lower than a 4.
Okay, I'd like to turn the 2 into a 4. And I got a turning that 2 into a 4. I got a 17.
Are you adding up all 4 dice or just 3 of them?
Oh, right. Sorry. I get to roll 4, but I have to pick 3, correct?
So for this, if we're using roll 20, I would probably recommend either if you're just rolling 4 dice, make the last one your golden one, or this is maybe a little too cumbersome, roll 3 and then 1 to denote that we're doing different ones. So for now, let's count the first 3 as regular dice,
Okay.
and the last one as a golden die.
Okay.
So you can count the 3 as a 4, but we're going to drop the 2.
Okay. So that will be 14.
14.
Which is a pass.
Huzzah.
Nice.
And for passing that, I will say you haven't had a lot of time to ask around town or anything, but you had just enough time to maybe double check whose house is this? What's going on here? This guy, Lawrence, is a porter for the house. He would do various household tasks. It sounded like a large enough place that other people probably worked there. And indeed, the lady of the house inherited a couple business ventures from her family and seems to run them out of the house. These business ventures likely, this is something where if you had time to go to different towns and to the city and ask about these people, you could find the definitive answers to these questions. But it seems as though these are businesses that kind of take care of themselves, but have a, benefactor, founder, or presidential chair that, or even just a board member where she had her hands in a lot of things and a lot of it went back up to her pulling the strings. But there's a person managing it on the other side. So as far as you can get from Lawrence, none of these businesses have collapsed, but they're definitely asking, are we going to hear from our boss? Is she okay? Like, what's going on? We'll take care of it in the meantime, but doesn't really seem like anyone's answering the various letters and messages and such.
Okay.
Are there any other questions you would like to ask with that successful roll?
I think I would like to inquire if anyone else has, like, if anyone has shown interest in the house since it's been quote unquote made sick. Like, is there an odd individual or person that seems interested in the place?
No. Distinctly no. And at this, Lawrence kind of he looks a little like sheepishly down, just kind of like lost in thought of like a bunch of stuff going through his head. He's like, no one has inquired about the house at all. And
Okay.
I arrived to work, and I went inside, and I couldn't find anyone. And many of the doors, I couldn't open them.
You couldn't open them?
No.
Okay. Speaking of, do you have like a set of keys that we can use, or anything to go with the house, etc., while me and Dee look around?
He takes out a key ring, and he actually just kind of like detaches a couple keys and that he thinks would be the most relevant, which is basically the house key, the key to the main house, and then an office key, like a key to the main office.
Okay. Thank you.
Were we told how long this has been sick?
The house has been
Did we
sick
find
for
out?
about a week.
Okay, so not long
Okay.
at all.
Not really long at all. But I'll ask this, Alison. I'm going to force you to make a mystery roll. Your shunned skill.
Oh.
It's going to be a target number 10.
Okay. And I rolled 2 dice, correct?
You're going to roll 4 dice, but one of them is a charred die.
So would
And
you
a 5
want,
or a 6 will discard it completely.
would you want the same thing where roll 3 then roll 1 just to make it easy?
Sure, yeah. Whoa.
Oh, 15 to start, all 5s for the first 3
Well,
dice.
Roll one more die and we'll see what happens, but that's looking pretty good. Okay.
Got a
So
2.
we've got 3 5s and a 2 on the charred die. So the charred die is not discarded, but it's also not counted because it's the lowest result. So that's a really great roll. To you, everything...
B was having a nap while also listening and processing. And
some active listening was occurring. Yeah.
She was doing active listening while napping.
Yeah, and so
multitasking.
For the most
B
part,
is
like
excellent at multitasking. The best
the
adventurers know how to
energy.
listen while napping.
As you sort of like open your eyes and become more of an active part of the conversation, all of the stuff that that Effie has been discussing with Lawrence about just the factoids that have been uncovered through a very natural process, all that shakes out. Nothing unusual here.
Mm-hmm.
But you had a really odd interaction with somebody who you thought just didn't matter in the town down there, and for some reason your mind dwells on it now. They had no idea what you were talking about and claimed that the house has been... They looked at you with incredulity, quote unquote, sick, for years.
Huh?
And they just didn't know what you were talking about, and they kind of mumbled and walked away, and you thought, it's kind of rude. I guess I'll just forget about that. It comes up now, and it makes you feel slightly uneasy. It's just weird.
Well, there was this weirdo in town who kind of like thought that the house has always been sick. So it could be extra thick now.
Lawrence looks back confused and alarmed. I don't know what to make of that.
I thought they were kind of just a weirdo who didn't really know what they were talking about, but maybe they were onto something.
He looks kind of confused and doesn't know what to think about that.
Well, I guess, is there a part of the house we can start first? Maybe the office, since there's a key just for that.
You mentioned the office, and he kind of sinks inward again. He's like, well, if you can get the office, then yes, that would probably be prudent.
If we can get into the office?
Was that one of the doors that was stuck shut?
He nods his head, yes.
Okay.
There are other ways to get into a room than doors. Windows.
And he looks around, gives you a nod, like, oh yes, I think we can find some ways to get inside this house. And with that, you're basically there. You pull around into the front yard where there's a bit of a turnaround for a horse, a vehicle, someone to come visit the house. And Teague kind of turns around and says, well, I'm more than happy to stay here and watch the vehicle, because if you go in there and you don't come back in a few hours, I may go back to town and elicit some, may have people come up here who will have less deft hands to get in the house and see what's really going on. That may disrupt anything going on in there that we want to see, so let's all try to come out of there safe and sound, yes?
I would love that to
Agreed.
be the prime objective.
Now, if you want, I can accompany you inside and we can leave dear Lawrence here in charge of that maneuver. It's up to you.
I mean, or is always handy.
And so, speaking completely above table, it's up to you absolutely on whether or not you would like Teague to accompany you or stay outside. And as he puts it, less deft hands may be recruited in the event you don't come back in a few hours to just bust in.
I mean, Bee's probably planning on doing some busting in herself. So.
Sure.
Doors that don't open? Sounds like a problem that can be solved with a nice hard kick.
I think Effie's kind of indifferent on if Teague wants to join or not. But the one thing Effie's not indifferent to is if Lawrence is capable of the backup task.
How with it?
Yeah,
is Lawrence?
how with it is he?
I mean, he doesn't look like he's doing particularly great, but he's not comatose.
Yeah. So, like, if we give him a single task, he's more likely to do said single task than a lot of multiple tasks.
I'll put it this way. Once he came from the house to town to seek help. He can probably do that again.
Okay, then yeah, I would trust Lawrence to do the backup activity. The plan C, because plan A is doing everything well. Plan B would be letting B be aggressive about it. So therefore plan C should be Lawrence.
Okay. All right. Yes, then in that case,
Plan B or B.
Plan B for B.
It's time for plan B. Wink wink.
Then
She rolled up her
Teague
sleeves.
offs his driving gloves and looks outside and says, well, the rain's picking up, so we should definitely go inside.
Yeah, I didn't really bring an umbrella, so I would love to head inside.
Yes, well, on we go then. So he exits the car and kind of like immediately sort of goes to scope out the porch, which has a very generous awning. Kind of shouts back from the porch like, Lawrence, old chum, do be careful with the vehicle. Utmost faith in you.
The
Lawrence
utmost.
gives a hesitant and weary thumbs up. But he looks eagerly as you exit the vehicle and go to his home / like residence of employment.
Okay.
And you are in front of like a pretty big house. It is a manse of sorts. You can see like a meandering coastline stretching out. You can see that pretty nearby, probably like other estates and things like that, but there's definitely like woods in between most of them, and kind of isolated. But down the lane you can see, as it splits, like you can see the town in the distance down below. And as the rain does indeed start to pick up more, you are greeted by a front door.
I'm gonna check.
Is the front door locked?
Yeah, is it easy to open?
The front door is locked.
I'm gonna try the key.
Well, let's try out these keys.
You take the key, put it in the keyhole, click, it opens.
Well, that's great to know.
Yep.
We have one door
Onward.
for sure working. Wonderful.
My first puzzle you've solved.
We've completed it.
The puzzle of the door.
The puzzle of the door. And would you like to open the door?
Yes.
Yeah, I think B would probably take point.
Oh yeah,
Sort of a thing.
Effie would step aside for B.
Okay, yeah. As you open the door, kind of Teague sort of takes it as you open it and hold it open for you to go on in first, and then offers for Effie to follow once B has made it through the threshold. Opening the door, just in general, you can see that there is a foyer,
Ooh.
an entrance room. To the left, there is a open passage, like just about the size of a door frame, a hallway going on. In front of you, there is a like a few accoutrements of like a little armoire and like a few small pieces of furniture, and then some steps that go up to like another landing and then split off from there. And to your immediate right, double doors that look pretty similar to like an office, because that's just sort of how those types of like, you know, doors that have like a little bit of just like thinner wood paneling on them, basically. Like there's no glass on the doors, but they look, you know, welcome and opening for the you know, entrance to a workspace or something.
Can
Well,
we
I
figure out
think-
what like the immediate vibe is? If it like, do we feel like it feels sick right away?
Go ahead and make a
Vibe
spirit
check.
roll.
Oh. Okay, this is neither a major, a minor, or a shun skill.
So it's just 3 dice.
Just the 3. Okay, 3d6. I got a 7.
7. We were looking for a 10.
Oh!
It as you walk into this house, Teague slowly closes the door behind you. Instantly the rain outside is muffled, but still it can be heard. It's really otherwise quiet in here. You can feel the, subtle reverberations of like wind is definitely pushing on the house. So there's noise, like it will creak. That's not abnormal, but it lends itself, I would say, like a mundane creepitude of just being in kind of like a house where nobody's greeting you. It's just sort of, well, I'm in somebody else's house now, so I guess I'll ... whatever you want to do.
I think a good plan of investigation would be to get our bearings on this first floor, maybe check and see what doors can be open, what ones are locked, and just scope out other exits, other pathways.
Oh, I like that
Get a
idea,
good-
B.
Good plan of layout. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
I could, while we do it, let's stick together first. And I flip to a new journal page and I'll be like, I'll draw like a little map section, and I'll draw like which doors are automatically locked and which ones are easy to get into, so we can, just make sure we're not forgetting anything as things go along. I don't want to feel wonky in this weird house. So I think that's great. Let's do that first.
Yeah, so B would kind of just start like checking the doors and then checking with the key to see if they can open the doors and kind of just methodically moving around the lower floor to kind of
Yeah.
just get an idea of
And
this
I'll
house.
assist by mapping out like a generic floor plan and writing down if a door is locked and if a
Okay.
door is opened.
Yeah, Teague looks on in like the what word am I looking for? He looks very pleased by that, being like, oh, well, you seem to have that handled. And also starts kind of like looking up and down the room, kind of taking it in as you like just drink in the foyer. It is relatively simple. Like there is a chandelier above you. There is like some ambient lighting coming in from a like high set window, so you can see like a little bit of distant lightning that does not make like a large crack of thunder, just because it's a little too far away. But an occasional flash will come in, and then there are lights on. Like the chandelier above you has electricity.
That's nice.
And like there's a couple candelabras on like small pieces of furniture that are currently unlit. And once again, to your immediate left, there is basically just like a like a coat rack and like a couple of knobs on the wall for like you can put a hat on there or something. And then there's an umbrella stand with a couple of umbrellas. Wow. They look like the nice big ones too.
Ooh.
Nice big umbrellas. And then on your left there is a hallway that just kind of goes in. It's pretty dark in there.
And is it fair to assume that the study, the big double doors are locked, stuck that way.
They have a key, or they have a key hole, and they're closed. Would you like to approach the study doors?
I would like to attempt to open the study doors.
Okay.
Approach them. Use the key. Poke at them.
If you will give off the key.
Yeah, you take
Here you go, Bee.
the study key. You approach the study doors. You immediately feel uncomfortable or maybe even nauseous. You don't feel well. Do you continue to approach the study doors?
Yep.
Okay, you walk a little bit closer. You have the key in your hand. Opening the study doors is a fatal check. I will tell you this right now.
I think it's a little early to be playing this game right now.
Yeah? That's fair. That's probably fair, I would say.
As much as I love one-shots where I'm just like, let's do all the stupid shit, I think we can at least give the mystery a bit more of a looking into before I go and get myself killed.
Okay. I will tell you this. If you would like to briefly inspect the doors without attempting to open them, you can make a I'll let you make a muscle check for that, and the difficulty will be 10.
Okay. So I just roll 4 dice.
Yeah, roll 4 dice, and the last one will be gold.
3d6. Oof.
Okay.
Out of 14?
A 14. That does succeed. So you kind of instinctively like put the key in like to the side, like put it in your pocket, and you go up and you just like touch the door and go to the handle, and it's like a magnet, like a reverse polarity on the magnet, where your hand goes towards the knob of the door. You feel like you're gonna throw up. It's just rising in your throat, and you back your hand away, but you just have a few seconds to look at the study door, listen for a second. You don't hear any sound coming inside, or maybe you do. There is some ambient noise coming from inside the study that doesn't sound like, it does not sound like people, it does not sound like the rain outside. It's tough to tell exactly what that is, but you can't stay here any longer. You have to back a few feet away, or else you will feel physically ill.
Yeah, so B kind of backs up again. I think we should look around a little bit more before we go jumping straight in, because I get a distinct feeling that is sort of the main area where our problem's going to be. And we can maybe go in with a little more information, because that did not feel good or normal.
Okay.
Not what it's supposed to be like when you're opening a door.
Could Effie check to see if B looks any different?
Yeah, I will say that kind of no roll necessary. You take a look at B. What she described to you as feeling uncomfortable, she's not trying to hide it. It looks like there has been discomfort in the last few moments. Kind of looks like a little bit on the pale side, just of like, oh, something happened inside, like bleh, like a little pallid for the moment. otherwise unchanged.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, we still have a lot of other rooms it looks like we haven't looked at.
Yeah, the dark hallway, and then are stairs leading up, and then around the corner, presumably, like another area, another room.
Mm-hmm. So I think B would take one of the little like candle holders or whatever off of one of the tables and light it before starting down the dark, creepy hallway.
Okay, and I would love, just for no reason in particular, what do you light it with? What does B have to provide some light?
Um, I feel like B, in all of her farm girl turned adventurer
Yes.
ways, probably has like um not just like your standard set of matches. It's one of those like weird like always works chunks of like metal that like when you rub the two pieces of metal together it creates a spark. Like they're designed for like camping and
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
So
So
that
you
even if
actually
she like
have.
fell in the water, she's probably got one of those weird like pocket survival kits that's like this will help you start a fire. Like here's a small
Yeah,
like cuz yeah. Yeah,
you
something
have
kind of
like
like
a
that. Like not
striker.
nothing standard like a like not just a lighter. It's like a weird
Yeah.
it's like what the fuck is
Like
that?
Teague looks at you like you're an alien from another dimension. He's like, all right, okay. Well.
Nobody
Some
from two different
prefer
worlds.
some prefer the
No two
old-fashioned
different
thing. And he pulls out like a branded, like, these are matches that he definitely got from a bar.
Yeah. Like a super swanky hotel.
Yeah, like from a hotel or something where there's like it is a like red matchbook with like, golden paint, but like nice bright
Yeah,
yellow paint on
embossing.
it, embossing and stuff. But they're just like shitty matches that you get from a hotel.
Yeah.
He's like, all
Never
right,
were
well.
two worlds so far apart.
Yes, exactly. If you want one of these, then right here, puts it in his like vest pocket or something. That's amazing.
Yeah, it would
Yeah,
never light a cigarette, but it would light a candle.
it would definitely light a candle. Yeah, you do a little like strike, strike, and boom, the candle is lit, and you are able to bring it up, and I would say like probably if you want to take one of like the 3 candle like pieces, then it's providing a decent amount of light.
Hmm.
And then you can either go upstairs or down the dark hallway.
I think she'd do down the dark hallway first. She likes
Okay.
having a second exit, just in case that front door for some reason decides to not open if she needs to get out of it.
For sure.
You know,
B always has a plan B.
always have to have a plan B and C and D.
That's right. That's what the alphabet's there for.
Must be prepared.
Okay. Then for Effie, are you following alongside B?
Oh, yes.
Do you make any other preparations of your own?
I'm not splitting the party. Heck no.
Okay.
I think I'm just like trying to keep a eye out as we're moving for like odd things. Just like perceptively being aware of things that would seem out of place or odd.
Probably prudent as you go down this dark hallway. Teague, since you are going down this particular passage, goes to one of the other like candlesticks, which is just kind of like a chunky pewter candlestick. He takes one of his matches, strikes it, lights the candle, and then now Effie is kind of sandwiched between your 2 pals, both with a
Nice.
light source.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and so you go down this dark hallway, and the light is definitely playing odd in here.
Hmm.
Effie, go ahead and make a sensation check for
Okay,
me.
so that's minor.
Yes.
So that's just average. I just roll 3.
You're gonna do 4.
4, because it's still a skill.
Yeah, but no special
Mhm.
dice, just normal 4 dice.
Okay. I got 18 total. A 3, a 5, a 4, and a 6.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna drop the 3 and we're just gonna do 5, 6, 4, so 15.
Woo! Woo, woo, woo.
Great. Um, we were looking for a 10. We're usually gonna be looking for a 10, unless I call it out as a fatal check. So you blast past a 10, and keeping like your eyes and ears open, a good sensory awareness of the space you're in. I think you notice like Teague is mostly just following both of you, like getting a bearing of like, oh, like there's a painting there of a gentleman. Okay, nothing really unusual to write home about. A little like table in the hallway as you just kind of like enter immediately. It's a little narrow for a hallway and like such nice a place. It's not quite tripping perhaps any claustrophobia warnings yet, but it's like, oh, this is a little uncomfortable for such a nice house. And as you continue on, like this is happening very quickly because usually when one traverses a hallway, it's not very special and it doesn't take very long, though you're bringing your only light sources with you into the hallway. It takes you like a little while to get to a door, like maybe 20 feet. It's kind of a long time. And then the hallway keeps on going past this 20 feet, and on your right hand side, there is a closed door. But the weirdest thing that you have started to pick up on is it almost looks like the walls are covered in like dust or something. Like the walls look very dark, almost as if they were like black or dark gray in color, and they have an odd texture to them that almost is reminiscent of like a charcoal drawing or something.
Okay.
And it
I.
seems pretty uniform, like the floor, the walls, the ceiling, the door. Like it's all kind of that texture.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Vonda doesn't want anything to do with this, but I think Effie is curious and would like to put a glove on and touch it.
So they touch it,
Yep,
poke it.
touching it with a gloved finger.
Yeah, around the first like door that you encounter, Effie pauses, and Teague kind of like stops and then like gives you like a foot of space, and like kind of craning his arm a little bit so that you have some light for. He has no idea what you're doing, but he's just like, oh, I assume you'll need light for whatever it is you're about to do. You reach out to the wall, and indeed, you are able to kind of smear something on the wall, and like you bring your finger back, it does look like charcoal dust.
Just everywhere?
Kind of everywhere.
Oh gosh. Does it have a weird smell? Like if I bring it closer to smell?
It does have a smell, but it smells like that just kind of like mineral kind of scent, you know?
Mm,
Like it's been a little while since I've huffed charcoal in real life, but it has that sort of like, processed kind of minerally sort of like it doesn't have a strong smell, but it's like I know what just breathing normal air smells like, and then I know what like, just a substance being present kind of smells like.
Mhm. Cool, 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 cool.
And is it like more dense around the door?
No,
It's just even.
pretty even.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be a concentration, but you have reached a door, or you can continue down the hallway.
I would like to see about the door. Let's try and open up the door.
Okay.
See what
The door handle turns, but it kind of feels like it's a little stuck.
You got
I
this.
will keep going. Muscle that shit
Okay.
open.
Shove through.
Oh, keep going through the door.
Through
Yes,
the
yes.
door.
We pushed through.
Right you are. Okay, then give
No
me
door can
a
stop me.
muscle check, difficulty 10.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Oop. I didn't put a space where I was supposed to.
Okay.
Ele-
Well, even
14.
yes, even without your gold die, you still would have barely gotten it. But
Mhm.
that is a pass. As I'll ask you this: do you want to go like, boom, it's open, or do you want to like give it a like a more of like a shove, like kind of a slower like opening of like see if you can get it that way.
Yeah, kind of like. So she'd be kind of holding onto the door handle and then kind of give it like a bump with her shoulder while still holding the door to make sure that it doesn't completely swing open because she doesn't want to disturb if there's something on the other side, something sensitive like dust or whatever. She doesn't necessarily want to disturb the room, but she wants to make sure to get it like so that the door just barely opens, and then she'll use her one hand to kind of keep it most of the way closed before she starts opening it the rest of the way and peering inside.
Yeah, I would say
That
you
would
probably
kind of be
open
me.
it like as smoothly as possible. You're still muscling it open, so there is a creak and that sort of like shoof of like wood on wood, a little bit of displacement of air. You're sliding it forcefully open. You get a
Mhm.
bunch of charcoal dust on the side of you that is like shouldering it open, and on your hands just from touching this door.
Mhm.
But you are able to get it open, and a slightly wider hallway greets you on the other side. However, it's another hallway that just goes into darkness.
And based on what we're seeing versus what we saw of the house outside, does this make sense architecturally?
Make a you can make for me a mystery roll.
Fuck.
It's more fun to have
I was
you
like,
do
don't
that.
say mystery.
That's how you do
But I
mystery
was
roll.
like, I totally asking this question. I was like, this is totally a fucking mystery roll, and I know
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how B does. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, probably like that's kind
Oh,
of.
I just got to
Oh my
10
god.
just barely.
because I can
Did
keep
you?
the 3 on the.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're so.
I got a 4 and 2 3s.
And you dropped the one, right?
Yeah, you dropped the one.
Yeah.
Um,
Whew.
you have. I'll say this: you haven't reached a point where it is clearly absurd. Looking at like you're in the first hallway. You look down the first hallway. That's going pretty far. This is starting to bring up some questions.
Mm-hmm.
Looking down the new hallway, you haven't really explored that back half of the house yet, so you're starting to ask questions about, if I went outside into the pouring rain and did a run around the house, what does this house even look like? But you haven't seen like the back half of the house, so it's hard to know. That initial hallway, though, is tripping a red flag of how wide was this house when I saw it outside?
Okay.
Oh.
B would reiterate that information and just be like, I don't really know if the inside is matching the outside.
Okay.
I mean, I can go around outside and go for a little run. I'm not gonna melt or nothing, but I don't think it matters because I don't think this is normal.
He cranes his neck to look down the hallway with a little bit of a perplexed, like, doesn't sit well.
Great. Well, it's,
So
you know,
I think we continue down the first hallway and then maybe double back to this second hallway.
All right.
Leave this door open. I good with you too?
yeah, let's make sure it stays open. Can we find something that will like ensure it doesn't fully close? Like keep it a little bit propped open just in case?
There are little like hallway slim tables, like fairly common around, so you can grab the one that you passed that just had it had a pot for a plant on it, but there's just a little dirt inside and there's no plant.
Inside little empty pot.
Yeah.
Effie will take the time to move that. So even though we're leaving the door open, if something tries to close it, hopefully this will stop it. And then if not, we know something weird be up more than something already
Yeah.
is.
Okay. And then, yeah, you just kind of slip that table right inside the door and continue on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With the
Was the other
factoid...
hallway dusty too?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It just looked like slightly wider, but texturally basically the same.
Okay. Okay.
Going down further, the initial hallway takes you another 20 feet to get to anything new, and what you get is kind of like the ceiling kind of lifts up slowly on a grade, and then you actually get to a arched doorway with no door. You just exit into a completely pitch black room that is difficult to gauge the size of. You can see like the wall to your left stretching out to another wall that seems to have curtains drawn very tightly, like, and then the wall to your right stretches on into a black void. You can't really see the ceiling, and then in front of you, floorboards that look like they were almost drawn there in charcoal, but no furniture in your immediate vicinity.
Cool. Effie wants to immediately open up those curtains.
Okay, you go and touch the curtains, and then because it's a fabric, just like dust just kind of poof all over the place, but you open the curtains to find it looks like a window.
Great. Okay.
You reach your hand out to it, and it even kind of feels like glass, but it really just looks like somebody drew it in like charcoal.
Oh.
And you can trace the ridges of the metal frame that holds multiple panes of glass together. They're not flat, you can feel them. But now that you're starting to look at details up close, and whenever you look away, the perspective is kind of bugging your eyes because everything is kind of both like flat and looks unnatural, but there's just enough there to give you this feeling of like, okay, there is stuff here.
If 3D charcoal drawings existed, this would be a wonderful example to share in like an art museum.
Yeah.
That's the positive spin on how I'm feeling right now.
And as you bring like the candles in here, light hits the surfaces. You're able to see like your immediate vicinity. It's hard to think about what this place would look like with no candles. It would look like probably absolutely nothing. But there's a certain swallowing of light quality to this place as you are bringing light into what is essentially a completely darkened environment.
So B would like to, I assume she just carries around like a saddlebag.
Sure.
like just a side messenger bag, like full
Yeah.
of all of her nonsense.
Your knickknacks, yeah.
My knickknacks. And she fully pulls out some rope because I feel like she doesn't go anywhere without rope. She's she's 100% like Girl Scouts. Like
I gotta give it to you. Absolutely.
always be prepared.
Yeah, always be being prepared
So she would just tie like one end of the rope and just sort of like hand the other side to the two of the other people. It's like, it's super dark, so this is kind of just in case it like swallows me up or something. Hang on. I'm gonna see how far this room goes. And she's gonna go because I think you said it was to the right. It was just kind of off into darkness.
Yeah, so essentially the
Yeah.
curtains and your entrance to this room occupy like, let's call it like a third or a quarter of this room in like a corner. The other like 2/3 of the room, you just can't see.
Yeah, like so she's gonna then have the candle in her left hand and put her right hand on the wall and start walking like you would in like a maze to get out.
Okay.
And kind of get a general concept of like room layout. Talking the whole time, probably like counting her paces.
Okay, yeah, you're taking a pretty methodical approach to this, so I would
Yeah.
say you can make a sensation check.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's probably done like spelunking and been like in caves and shit. So she's like, I know how to get out of dark spaces.
Yeah.
Just a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, you would be the type who would like spelunking.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to this super dangerous cave.
Yeah.
So it's
make sure you like maybe every like 10 seconds say something just in case like it's not just like a weird visual thing but like a sound thing too.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Yes, do try and do as many
Mm-hmm.
shaven haircuts on the charcoal as you can.
Will do.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, hot
A
baby
16.
Rolling. Ah,
Yeah,
Spicy.
until I have to roll a danger one, and then I'm gonna fucking die.
Yeah, so from Effie and Teague's perspective, B takes her 3-candled little table candelabra and I mean, she descends. She, doesn't deepen, but definitely just like goes into the yawning void of darkness. Rope in hand for you. Gets just a truly incalculable amount of space away. Should not be that far. You're in one room, right? But before too long, the candlelight are specks. And B,
This is fine.
as you run your hand along the wall, you are kind of smearing the texture of the wall as you go. And at some point, like, you feel the rope have resistance back to your friends, and you get to, presumably on the, let's like say the west wall, which is the opposite from where you entered, there is a closed door, pretty similar to the one you passed in the other hallway. And then as you pass that door to kind of fully explore the room and you go to the north wall, you get to a larger arched door that really makes you question, how tall is the ceiling? How big is this wall? And just what am I looking at as you see a 15-foot wide exit to this room that fully goes into another space.
Well, there's another door. And then another
and you can
big
hear
opening.
her voice as if she was 30 feet away.
Can you speak?
Do you want me to
louder?
reel you in, or do you want to go back?
Teague, what do you think?
I don't want to stand next to this fake window. Let's reel us in.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Bring us close, please.
Okay. Follow the rope, and so she'll start pulling the rope back.
Yeah, you kind of
And
get Effie a
looping
little
it,
tug of the rope.
yeah, making it so that the rope's not gonna get tangled.
Yeah, you bisect this room and have encountered 0 furniture in here.
Oh my gosh.
And
Yeah.
it's hard to know if it's just uncomfortable because of the space or if it takes you a long time to get there, but it feels like it takes a little too long to just get across the room. But fairly shortly, the pinpricks of light that are the 3 candles, and then B, from your side, the 1 pinprick of light of Teague's candle sort of meet, and you see the 15-foot wide arched exit to this room.
So there is door number 1. She sort of gestures to it, and then over there is door number 2, which is just like a normal door.
Oh.
I didn't open it yet, but there is another option.
Well, I mean, so you didn't open one of them, but there's one that's already open?
Well, this one's just sort of an archway.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily, it's like I don't know if it constitutes as a door, but I did call it one.
Well, I mean, for some people it can be. I suppose.
He looks down at you. What, are you trying to be extra agreeable or something?
A little bit, just a little bit right now. I don't like this space.
To whom?
To the
For
ghosts
why?
that are in here?
I don't know, the artist who is using artist charcoal.
Oh yes. Can you imagine that, huh?
Can we peer our head through the archway? Not fully go through, but take a look-see?
Yeah. If you go to the threshold, which in the face of such a large opening to this room, there's a little bit of airflow.
Oh. Okay.
It feels like, almost as if you step on the precipice of a mouth.
Oh no, 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 no,
It
no,
doesn't,
no.
I'll say this, doesn't look like that at all. It just
No, no,
looks
no, no,
like
no, no, no.
the large 15-foot wide archway in presumably a wooden house, but you're in a charcoal void dimension. So it's just that.
Oh
But there's
no.
kind of a mouth-like quality to it as the air sort of like flows from one room to the other.
Oh,
Almost like
Bee's gonna
breath.
peek inside.
no, I don't. I
Okay.
stop. I stop. I stop.
As Effie freezes
Well,
in place.
sometimes that means that it's the way out. Like gusts of wind and stuff can show cool, like secret passages and things.
Oh,
It's completely normal.
I don't.
He furrows his brow.
She looks inside.
Oh my
Okay.
god, B.
You take a hop, skip, and a jump inside there.
B,
Rope's
do
still
not
kind
at
of tied
all
to you.
care
yeah,
for
yeah. She
yourself.
still like made sure that the other people are the Teague and Effie are still holding the other side of the rope. But yeah, she definitely goes inside.
Where's
Yeah,
your
Effie.
danger sense? So the office was a hard
High
pass,
adventure
but this is
based on
not.
vibes. And his vibe is intriguing.
Oh my gosh, and the office wasn't? Okay. Look at
Well,
you,
it
you
was,
make
but
me
I just-
flustered. I'm
I
trying to
just
take
thought I
on
was
your
gonna
accent,
vomit.
which is a no-go. Ah,
It is contagious.
I know, I hate
It's
it
always
so
contagious.
much.
You take a little hop, skip, and jump through the threshold of this archway and discover that it does not go on for that long before you get to it feels like a much larger room.
Well, fuck nuggets.
The left wall and the right wall go. And it's very hard to describe. The previous room, there was a sort of like, you brought light into this room, so even though it just looked so intimidating, there was a sense that, like, I am casting light and I almost feel as though I'm in an enclosed space. And once you explored it, maybe, I won't put words in your mouth, maybe it even put your mind slightly at ease to know, okay, I've seen the dimensions of this place, and I have a bit of understanding on what this looks like now, and maybe I can even look back behind me and contextualize some of it. Looking into an open darkness where you can see no ceiling, the walls stretch on seemingly forever, the floor just goes. You don't know what's out there.
Well, I don't think this is an exit.
You think?
So I'm gonna come back. It is an interesting thing to have learned about, though. But maybe we can try the other door.
I would love to try the other door.
Okay. Yeah. As you come back through the threshold of the large arch, you hear a creaking deeper inside that somewhat reverberates.
Like inside the arch, or like
Inside
from
this
where I just came from.
house, probably from the direction of the arch.
Oh no, oh no, 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 no. I did not wear my running shoes today. I wore walking shoes.
Yeah.
We are gonna be quick and efficient. Let's go through this other door.
All right, I will try the other door.
Thank you, B.
Okay, this door is also kind of stuck.
Let's shoulder her open.
Okay,
Maybe.
roll another muscle check.
You can do this. You got this, B. Nope, that didn't work.
One more try.
That's because I partially dyslexic today. Had a shot. 15.
15. Yeah. So once again, you were able to push and slide that door open relatively smoothly and enter this other passage, which looks like it's a small room, maybe like an 8x5 room, and then there's another door.
Is there any furniture in the room?
Nope.
Well, that's weird. Onward. Just gonna go to the next door.
Okay, yeah. This door is partially open.
Oh.
Okay. So, she is going to be a little bit more quiet this time and kind of peek in
Okay, yeah, you kind of
as she's
peek
opening
in.
the door.
You see untold darkness on the other side. But with a little candlelight peeking through, it seems as though you can actually make out an opposite wall.
All right.
Would you like to
Hello?
open the door? Oh,
Yeah, she's gonna open the door.
okay. You go, hello, and
As she's opening the door, hello.
you open it to find another roughly like 8x5 size room with a door frame, but the door is completely open, and it is on like a different wall, so it's not just like one series of doors continuing on ever west. This one is on like the north side, and the door is completely open. Hello kind of like reverberates slightly out. Kind of almost sounds like sound doesn't carry super far in here, but it's, once again, being in this place puts you in a weird headspace. On the other side of the third like room, as you look through that open door, looks like you are going to go into a hallway.
Okay, how in the gosh darn heck?
Is the door being held open
It's just open.
by a chair? Is it the same door? Oh no. Okay.
Nope. It's
So we
completely
haven't gone in
open.
a circle back to the other weird door.
You've not gone in a circle.
All right. So, let's go see what this hallway holds. Maybe it meets up with one of the other ones.
And as you go
How's
into
your map look?
It's looking weird. I don't think any of this makes sense with the layout of like it does feel sick. And by sick I mean impossible. This is an impossible layout.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The word
B's gonna
Lawrence
continue
ring
forward.
inside your mind.
This house has been made sick. And not in
Going-
a fun way.
Not in a fun way, not fun sick.
The fun sick. It's the bad sick.
There's a K at the end and not two C's.
No.
So entering this next hallway, the hallway is perpendicular to the door, so you exit to face a wall, and to your left you see that there's a door at the end of this relatively short hallway, two other doors on either side of the wall, and then to your right, pretty much the same exact thing. Another set of like 3 doors. You've reached this like juncture point, but none of the door frames actually even have doors now, so they're just open.
Okay.
And you
I'm not
hear
gonna leave.
creaking, but it sounds more and more like something moving around, like footsteps.
Oh, something else is here. Oh no, the front door was locked and something else is here. Ugh, why does this always
Well,
happen?
if it makes you feel better, that means it was probably already inside.
Oh, I don't know if that makes me feel better. Oh, okay.
She's gonna go not actually step into any of the other doors, but she's gonna like kind of walk up and down the hallway and just kind of like peekaboo into the other places. See if like she recognizes anything, like maybe the hall that they had come from like a while back, or if these are all like brand new doors to brand new spaces.
Okay, I just want you to make a DC 10 spirit roll.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So nope.
Oh, you
Okay.
were so close though.
It's a 9.
You walk around this hallway. You go to one side. You're like, okay, 3 doors. Going into, like, it's just a combination of, like, is this another hallway? Is this another, like, small room? A small room with another door. You go back down to the other side of the hallway. It's largely the same thing. You're starting to feel a little unmoored.
Yeah.
And a large creak in one of the previous rooms as Teague instinctively like stiffens his back and looks over and then looks at Effie, because you're the closest one, like doesn't say anything, but he looks like
Yep. Okay. You know, part of me
So-
feels like going back to the office is a great choice.
Yeah, maybe starting to check around upstairs, but the question is, did that creak come from behind us? And do we want to turn around and find out what that creak is? Or do we want to try and press forward and maybe try and find our way back to the foyer?
Oh, well, if the map I'm drawing isn't any indicator of if we could backtrack, part of me thinks there's a possibility. Because right now it doesn't make any sense how many doors there are.
Teague kind of like looks at your map. It's like, well, let me just pop back for a moment, and he leaves, going in the direction you came from. And then you hear him go, and then a couple footsteps, and then like a sound of breath blowing really quickly.
Teague,
No answer.
darling.
T?
And then you hear a large creaking footstep really close to you in the previous room.
No.
Close the door.
Okay. Which door are you closing? The door to the hallway?
The one. Wait.
So, Effie stands in
Just like,
a small room.
What would we do? Yeah.
And so if you would like to close
Teague
the
stepped
door to the
forward,
previous
right?
small room. Yeah, Teague stepped through to the other series of small rooms that you came from.
Yeah. And then something happened to
Something
him.
happened.
Let's just go. Maybe he fell down the stairs.
As you say, maybe
Here's the
fell
thing.
down the
I'm having a
stairs.
real hard time. I do not like leaving anybody behind. But also a real loud footstep.
I'm going to ask you both a question.
Okay.
And this is mostly an in-character question.
Okay.
Are you feeling indecisive?
Yes.
Or are you going to take an action right now?
Yes.
I am feeling indecisive. Only because I care fatigue. If this was Lawrence, I probably would have just said, okay, goodbye.
A
See, I think
quite
Alison is feeling indecisive, but I think B would. I don't think she would leave him. I think she'd go back.
okay. So you want to approach the door that Teague went through.
Approach where he went. Yeah.
Okay. You approach the door where he went, moving past Effie, and you see in front of you, punched down because the small rooms do have a lower ceiling. It's kind of like an 11-foot tall man, but you cannot see really like a face. It's just like the folds of a large cloak or hood or robe, and then the robes sort of drape down. And now that you are face to face with it, it has these large gloved hands. One of them is holding a lantern that shines a very specific, harsh white light, but it's not filling the room with light. It is as if it is casting. If you were to draw on charcoal, if you were to draw on white paper with charcoal, it would have white streaks. Those white streaks are flying out of the lantern through the air, creating some facsimile of light. But it looks unreal. It looks like an effect happening through the air. It does not look like what a human being requires to have a well-lit room. And I need to know what you want to do right now.
No sign of Teague?
B?
Just B.
Oh.
Because B's looking at this individual.
Yeah, and Teague anywhere.
You can't see Teague.
Okay. So she is going to protect when she can, which would be Effie. And she would kind of turn around. Oh, we gotta go. Let's go. And she's essentially like a door that she can close, like as they run away.
Yes. Here's what I'm gonna have you do. Effie, you're being persuaded by
Behind.
B to leave, and it's really close. You've been indecisive for a little bit. A large hand comes around the doorway, and then this weird lantern enters before you even see the mass of the body. So you just see something really freaky start to move into that little room.
Oh no, I think I'm starting to develop claustrophobia. Oh no.
Rapid
Oh,
onset
no.
claustrophobia.
Oh no.
I will have both of you can do. I'll give you a few options.
Oh, okay.
If you would like to try and escape this place and bamboozle this thing, you can make a motorix roll. If you would like to venture deeper in while evading it, you can make a mystery or spirit roll.
Effie doesn't want to go further only because Teague isn't with them.
Okay.
So Effie would want to maneuver away.
Try and get around it and then go back the way we came. Like essentially, yeah. Maneuver away from it and get back.
So that would be the motorix one?
Yes.
Oh shit. That's a shunned skill of mine. I think.
Only muscle is shunned for you.
Only muscle. Okay, thank God.
Yes, only muscle is shunned for you.
I thought anything to do physically with muscles Be my down
Oof.
card. Okay, so I have to roll
I got 12.
Okay.
4. I have to roll 46.
Teague, no. He just was reading your notes.
Ah!
Oh, so Allison, are you both doing Motorix?
Yes.
Okay, so for Fonda, for you, that's also just 3 dice.
Oh, poopies.
Because it's not any of your skills.
Do you want me to take the first 3 then?
We're just going to take the first 3.
Okay. It's a 9.
A 9.
A 9.
So, in this instance, you both have to go deeper in because this thing is blocking your path. Unless,
Mhm.
B, would you like to slip past it?
She would not leave Effie.
Okay, so both of you
Have
descend
to go
deeper
deeper.
into this place, and at some point, both of your footfalls are going along. Effie, you still have a rope tethering yourself to B, so it's actually really easy for you to, like, be alongside. There is just kind of a push and pull of B. At some point, you come across, like, a hard turn, and now
Mhm.
you've stopped paying attention to where you're going, and so you go to a hard turn where you kind of, like, skid for a second, and then you start running down a hallway. Effie, you get a loosening, slackening jerk of the rope. It flies from your hands for a moment, and you feel a hand on your shoulder, a large hand. And then the candlelight of B is so far away. And you hear a shushing.
I hear a shushing.
Yes. Like a very soft but kind of bassy, like,
Oh, oh no.
and we go to B.
Oh no.
You stop hearing Effie's footfalls behind you.
Okay.
Now, you have passed your check. You think that if you could find some area to, like, turn around, you might be able to navigate your way back the way you came to the entrance. Do you want to continue doing that, or do you want to descend deeper?
I think she would continue doing. I think she would continue trying to get back because now that she's lost like Teague, she's not sure where Effie is. In her mind, she's like, I gotta get back and I gotta like force my way into that office. Like I gotta fix whatever's going on and then maybe they'll be okay.
Okay.
That's sort of her like logical sense right now. It's like, okay, like if I keep going, I'm probably just gonna get lost. That thing's gonna catch up to me. But if I can get back, if that office is the center of all of this, and the rest is just like fucked up from what has happened, then maybe I can fix it.
As you are running along, at some point, you're in a bizarre headspace of, like, your feet pounding on the floor, blood kind of, pumping. You can hear it, like, inside your head as you're, like, breathing in and out, like, not running full force as you're in an enclosed space, but also, like, trying to really keep a good pace of, every once in a while you hear a creak behind you. You feel like you're faster than this thing. You're really unsure because you'd have to, like, look back, and most of the time when you look back, you either see a white hot dot or nothingness. And you
Mhm.
get to a point where you realize, oh, I've gone in a circle because I see a smear that I made, but I also see, like, the increasingly rare like side table. Like they're always very small pieces of furniture, or maybe like a picture frame with no picture in it now at this point. Like the deeper you go in here, the more featureless it becomes. But you have found a couple features where you're like, okay, if I wait a second for it to catch up with me, I can circle back around. And you hear one creak behind you, and you start running. And as you make this next pass around this strange environment, you pass a doorway that just has a different, like, temperature to it. And it's not the doorway you need to go down, but it just feels more humid on the other side as you kind of, like, skid to a stop, and you need to go, like, right to get presumably back to the entrance. But to your left, there's just this kind of humid, biting coldness that, as if you walk outside and it had just like rained the previous night and everything feels frosty.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird sensation. You just feel it coming from that other door. But you can go back to the entrance.
Mm-hmm. What would B do? I think B's gonna go back to the entrance.
Okay.
But like, because the hallway is opposite the door to the study, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. So, just to kind of give you an idea of where my headspace is and where ipso facto B's headspace is as soon as she sees that fucking study door, she's like, okay, approaching it slow was tough. Apparently you couldn't open it anyways, so she's just gonna like full tilt try and bust into that study. Like take that obnoxiously long hallway and fucking like that's sort of her plan now. It's like I'm gonna get a really good running start. And we're gonna fucking get in there.
Okay.
And then I'll save my friends.
So, I'm gonna have you make a sensation roll for me. DC or
Okay.
target number 10.
I believe in you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
14.
Okay. Now, I'll ask you, if you were to see a sign of your friends in the foyer, would you still want to barrel through the door to the study?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be a fatal check.
Oh.
Yep.
But it's definitely going to be muscle.
Yeah.
So you roll 4 dice. One of them is golden, and we will take the 3 highest as the result. And you have to get a 15 or higher.
I believe. I believe in B. I believe in you, B.
Yeah, because like, as much as I definitely pass that sensation check, she definitely would not like she sees them. It just I feel like it doesn't register completely. And so she's just like, you know what? Commit. It's fine.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll.
3.
Okay. That's a 15.
Nice.
Just 15.
All right. You needed a 15.
That was so
You got a
scary.
15. 1 second. Just 1 second.
While we have this 1 second, I'd like to say,
1.
remember to drink water, everybody.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Okay. That's a big 1 on the board as Effie and Teague, you're kind of disoriented. Uh, Teague sort of, like, Effie, you're kind of on the staircase leading up as if you've been, like, sat down on one of the steps. And Teague, kind of on unsteady feet, helps you, like, into a sitting position. And he's, like, trying to describe to you that his candle was blown out. And then you hear heavy footfalls as, barreling out of the charcoal hallway, B shoulder checks the study door and smashes through the doors as splinters explode into that room. And all of you, all at once, almost as if some kind of invisible bomb has gone off, like, the bile rises in your throat as you're like, ugh, ugh, like, just a really internal bad feeling that passes pretty quickly as you can see the legs of B just kind of like, you tumbled into this study, exploding the doorway, really hurting your arm, but you're alive and you're not in that charcoal maze anymore. Yeah, so kind of like, honestly, for Effie, that is sobering. You're kind of like shocked back out of your like wooziness, as when you kind of heard the shushing, it was almost as if you fell asleep or were just kind of like taken away and deposited back in the foyer.
Okay.
And Teague runs over to the study looking inside, and you just hear him go, "Oh my," as you get a small hint of what he's oh mying at. There is movement all over that room, as if like a zoetrope is going. Some kind of like light is swinging rapidly around,
Okay.
and you can sit up and go over, and then B, you sort of like turn yourself back, like onto your back, and sit up, and you are in a medium-ish sized study. There are bookshelves on the walls. There are a couple of like very open desks that were definitely meant for laying out work materials. There is not a like, why don't you come and sit down desk with a couple chairs. There are work desks against the walls, and then there are actually like heavy blinds that are closed. You can hear the rain once again, and you can actually start to hear thunder as the lightning must be moving closer. In one corner of the study, by some bookshelves, there is the body of a man.
A dead body? Like, is it decomposed?
Standing.
Does it smell?
We'll get to that in a second.
Oh shit! Oh fuck me.
Standing in the study, not in the middle of the room, but to the side. If it's a rectangular room, you can almost think of, the door was in the center. If you look into the right corner, the body of a man slumped down. If you look to the left, kind of in the center of that third of the room, very tough to gauge exactly what you're looking at, but it's looking more and more as you stare at whatever is happening here. The shape of a woman.
Okay.
A woman in a dress. It almost looks like the husk of a woman, as shadows dance across her, as though thousands of far-off lights all shine and move around just on her. She seems to be arching her back and kind of coiling in within herself. Where her heart on her chest kind of would be, there is a gaping hole and a gray light shining dimly out.
I think first thing, B would get up and then she'd be like, "Oh my god, you guys are okay!" She'd like run over and hug them, and then she'd turn around and just go, "Oh my god, what is that?" Just like
Just two extremes.
two extremes.
Yeah, I feel like Effie
um,
would have been first, like, oh gosh, I feel like I really need like a hard drink later. Then like immediately seeing what's going on, it's just like, nope, now I do not need a hard drink later. Nope, nope, I'm very sober. I'm, oh my gosh, okay.
He accepts the
So-
hug, but is just like looking at the office, like kind of can't take his eyes away, and is like, I will be taking the hard drink later.
Oh, I would like our drink now. It does our presence here seem to like affect them at all? Like,
Yeah, I'm curious about
does
that.
Really
like the
hard to
room
say.
seem to notice that we're here?
It's a
Yeah.
wild place in this room.
Cool.
So, I believe that
I believe in a thing called love.
she doesn't have a heart, which is something that I think people maybe need.
Right, you are.
Big A+ on that.
There was a super weird door on my back up here. Would I be able to find my way back to that door?
Probably, but you'd have to avoid the night.
The
Yeah.
Night Lord.
No.
He has a name.
So there was like a weird door that was kind of like musty. I don't know. I just feel like she's like missing something, and maybe if we bring it back, she can like die in peace or something.
That's fair. Maybe we
Read
should
books like that before.
investigate the rest of the room first. I don't want to get close to the lady, but maybe the gentleman.
I mean, you can go. I got the door open. The and stuff is the and the pieces together is usually not my forte. I kind of find the stuff and people figure out what it is.
And find you did. You did. B, you did great. I pat B on the back very assuredly as I be cautious.
She's just covered in coal and like wood chips.
Oh,
Yes,
She just starts like dusting herself off.
Teague really like takes you by the shoulder and sort of like gives you a slight jostling. It's like, ah, yes, much like Napoleon, you've blown the door apart. Good.
I'm gonna.
She just kind of nods.
Yes, he's just nodding thoughtfully
Thank
and looking
you.
into the study.
I'm gonna go in the study.
Okay.
I want to look
What
at
would
the
you like to
guy.
look at? I will say the areas of interest are definitely like desks, woman, guy.
Yeah.
So you're gonna look at the guy.
I'm gonna do guy first, then desk.
Great. He's been darkened. It seems like
Charcoal.
it is similar to that. So color has sort of drained from him, and barely any features can be made out. It's kind of like he doesn't really have a face anymore. And one of his hands is shriveled and covered in soot or charcoal dust.
Cool.
It barely looks like a hand anymore. And his other hand, and as well as like the skin of his neck, which is the only like flesh you can really see, he has clothes on, pale, paper white skin. In his bad hand, it almost is like he's holding some lump of dark matter, which you would surmise only because there is a shape to it. It's not just a thin layer of dust, but something occurred here that is difficult to guess at.
Cool.
Beside him, crumpled up letters.
I'll pick those up.
Yeah, it looks as though he himself had a bag that has been sundered. And so there are papers, documents, letters on the desks. These crumpled up and slightly less well taken care of letters seem to be more associated with his zone.
Okay, well, I take them. I'm too nervous to get the thing out of his hand.
Would you like to read the letters?
I would.
Taking a look at them, the more fresh, less crumpled letters seem to kind of detail a correspondence between an individual and another individual. As you look at the letters, there's something so odd about them. Make a mystery roll for me.
I have to double check if that's a good skill of mine or not.
It is a normal skill
I
for
think
you.
it's just a standard skill for you.
All right.
So just 3d6.
That's a. Oh, why did it do 4? Okay, but that is 8.
8. As you look at these letters, you kind of have to read the first one multiple times. Do you get that nauseous feeling again, as if feels like you're missing something, but you're just becoming like, oh god, I'm fatigued reading this simple letter. The moment you put it out of your mind, just trying not to concentrate on the slight sick feeling you're getting, you can read the letter just fine, but you still feel like you're missing something. For the sake of just getting through the letter and reading and taking in the information that you can, you're able to continue. But the sender of the letters you don't really get a lot of identification. It is starting more and more as you get to like the second and third letter. It really seems to be like a gentleman suitor sending letters to someone that he would like to court. And there are details that pertain to the affluence and the prestige of not only his lineage, but a potential union of the incredible mercantile empire that his, would-be beau has proximity or ownership of. And it's not detailing out these things in fine grain. They are pretty flowery, kind of groan-worthy at times, maybe even a little pushy. Extraordinarily presumptuous, even at the most, like, this is cheeseball. Like, that's probably the best you could say. But it's not, like, super great. And there's a lot of these. You kind of, like, go through 4 of them before it gets to The letters that have started to perhaps be manhandled a little bit more, and you uncrumple one of these, and this letter starts to descend into some aggressive tone. Things that have to do with you're really throwing away an opportunity.
Okay.
Wouldn't take no for an answer.
And there is even a claim on one of the further letters of a sorcerer's lineage. Possessive sorcerer's lineage. You should not trifle with someone of my sorceress lineage. And the final letter includes the line that if she should have you instead, any challenge would be welcome.
Oh, cool. Cool. I'm gonna pass these on to Teague and B,
Yeah.
explaining the gist of what I've got.
Hmm.
And then I'm gonna look through the desk.
Okay. The desk has much more like normal things, I would say. Like you can definitely see this
Not
seems
weird,
to
creepy love
be
letters.
not weird, creepy, really like stalkery, aggressive love letters. Instead, it seems like this is a high-level working person's office, and there's a lot of like reports mixed in with like bits of research, just stuff about the world. Like this is a very well-stocked little study library, but the person who owns this office is incredibly interested with traveling abroad. They put a lot of time into putting aside details that go further and further into like specific accounts of, it's not written in first person or anything, but there are notes on some of these that hint to, if you're going to write a personal note, you either want to save that personal note for your later use or add context for another person. And some of these notes have little addendums like, I'd really like to go here. If this place even still exists, the person I heard it from was kind of old. Like, truly mundane marginalia, but nonetheless telling of this person's interests. And it kind of goes on from there. It is you'd have to start to dissect the entire life's work of whoever owned this office.
Okay.
It does also just seem like a lot of work goes into this office. A lot. There are like multiple incoming and outgoing places for like letters and reports to arrive and leave. There's a lot coming and going in from here. I'll give you another, if you would like even more information regarding that, you can make your history check.
Oh, I would like to. That's a major skill.
That's a major skill.
Okay, so I'll do 3 and
Yeah.
then I'll do 4.
Okay. Thus far, your golden dice have just rolled well for all of you, it seems.
So I can drop a 3. So that's 14.
Yeah. Taking a look at this, you can gather that if you skim off the top of some of these reports, there's three major businesses that are involved here. It looks like there's a shipping company and just kind of like warehouse real estate, but with management involved, like you're storing things for people, or
Okay.
maybe even other like businesses that you own, and then like a courier service. Two of these businesses are struggling and require a lot of upkeep in order to try to right various wrongs that financially have happened in the past.
Oh.
Ooh.
The shipping industry seems to be doing quite well, and there is even like there's a purchase order for a boat, like a shipping ship, which would be
Right.
the, as far as you can tell, second boat to be purchased for this company. But the other companies are not doing very well.
Okay, and earlier, Lawrence was talking to us about companies that were not doing great.
Yes.
Okay.
He didn't really go into details, but he definitely mentioned that the lady of the house like ran several businesses.
Okay, and she's
Mhm.
been not good. Thus, the businesses have fallen to the wayside.
Hard to
Yes.
tell. However, there
And we're
is
like
definitely a
assuming that the lady without a heart is probably the lady of the house.
That's my assumption.
Teague looks on at the
Making sure we're all on the same page.
haunting form of the woman wreathed in shadow with a hole where the heart should be, and says, "Prudent to assume, yes."
Mm-hmm. Sounds like whoever that person was, possibly fella in the corner, was the good lover, and he got a little pissy. She said no, and cursed her entire fucking house
Yeah.
and
Yes, I
her,
believe
obviously.
that was some sort of wizard shit and bad.
He has something in his weird hand which I don't want to grab. But
He walks over and tries to grab it out of his weird hand.
well, okay, that's one way to
Okay.
solve a problem.
It's not much. It's a kind of lump of gummy something covered extensively in charcoal dust.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't feel great to have.
Kind of just gross.
Gross. Makes you kind of have some of that sick feeling.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's like a part of how he cast the spells or something.
Possibly.
Maybe. Oh, I'm gonna try. It might not be well, but I'm gonna give it a go. I am gonna look at the lady. I'm gonna
Okay.
investigate her without trying to touch her.
Okay, yeah. Going closer to her, you feel some of that mild unease that you felt while trying to read the letters initially. Oh, you know what? Did B look over the letters?
Probably. Well,
I'm gonna give you the opportunity for a mystery roll. Go ahead, mystery
okay.
roll.
We just need a 10.
Just need 10. Ooh,
I
yowza.
don't think I can.
Well, that was worse than me.
Well, we're gonna discard that
don't-
6 because it's on your charred die.
No.
And
I rolled a 6.
you had much the same experience that Effie did, as you really felt like something weird is happening while you're reading these letters, and you just have to let it go in order to even read them, or else you're going to get hung up on it, and it's hard to concentrate on these otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
It tracks though. Yep.
Yes. So
She's too distracted by the weird possession in the fucking
Mhm.
letters. She's just like, man, this guy's fucking weird.
yeah, there are disturbing letters to read. Continuing on, having established a baseline for the letters,
Hmm.
going closer to the woman, it's hard to make out her features as like her hands are kind of close to her face, but there's just like swirling lights and shadows over her. It's an otherworldly effect. But the only thing that is more like static, it's not like moving, shifting movement,
Mm-hmm.
is that gaping hole in her chest with the gray light coming out. And it looks like she has probably just kind of like the standard sort of like dress with some shoes you might wear if you plan on going out today. It is really hard to kind of discern more than that. Yeah. Go ahead and make a spirit roll for me.
Okay, I'm good at that. But it's not shunned, so it's just a normal roll.
Yeah.
It looks cocked! Look at it! Look how cocked that 3D dice looks!
This looks pretty cocked to me.
Damn it!
I'm gonna do something out of benevolence that is not in the book, but I'm going to have Teague give you one normal die.
So
He's kind of in NPC zone. He can't really make his own checks. He's gonna give you one die, and it will count as it'll count as a minor skill this once.
okay.
So roll one more die. All you need is a 2 or higher.
Woo!
There you go. 12.
Yeah.
I thank you, Teague.
Yes. He kind of actually like comes up behind you. He like gently, so as to not startle you, kind of like urges you forward, and he's like looking and investigating alongside you. And in that process, he has begun his own process of analytically looking. You finish that process as you are kind of pushed closer. Like he kind of says, we really have to dive in or else we're going to learn nothing. And so he sort of like starts circling like this woman, investigating alongside you. You get pretty close for a moment. You get the instinctive feeling that you don't need to reach in and touch anything. You should put your hand near the wound on the chest.
Well, okay, I do it.
It is
Sounds
scary.
great idea.
It doesn't feel great, like a good decision to do, but you hover your hand over the chest. You don't put your hand inside, at least not yet. I will not force you to do that. But it is as if there's a slight atmospheric difference where you can feel it's a little bit colder over that gray light. And it is as if you are putting your hand through a cloud of mist where it's that sort of like brief. I'm not going to say it feels bad. It just feels brisk, chill, as if you're walking out into a humid cold, like morning.
Cool. Great description. It very much so helps.
And then you pull
That
your
sounds
hand
like
away,
the feeling
and
that came from the door.
yes, it does.
B's just really far back nodding. Just like, yeah, that sounds like a thing that I experienced too.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so good news. We're okay. Nothing bad happened to us in this office, so that's a good thing. Bad news, I think we have to go to that arched doorway.
That weird outside door that I found.
Yeah.
Instead, I came here and pushed the door open.
Yeah, which means we have to not find, but avoid that thing.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
that
I
hall
think that would
monitor
be
in there.
approved.
An awful hall monitor if there ever was one.
Indeed.
I think they all are.
I mean, I've had
B
some pretty
definitely got
nice
in trouble
ones.
a lot.
A cab, but for hall monitors.
Yes. 100%. Fucking narcs.
Fucking narcs.
Okay. Can we tie ourselves
Strange set
together
of
with
morals,
rope
that be.
again?
Yeah, I mean, lots. So, B would prepare rope.
Okay, yeah. Now that you are choosing to descend once again to the charcoal hallways, what we can do is, being tied all together, one person can lead the way, and their role will count as a success for everybody.
Lovely.
But if you
No
if you
pressure.
go individually, there exists the potential for one person to make it onto the other side, that kind of thing. So that's going to be the bargain I give you, which is that it's going to be a challenge 10, and it'll have to be a mystery or a spirit in order to get to the other side.
Oh, damn.
Mhm.
Oh, shit.
I think we should go separately because my mystery's bad. And so I will be rolling on spirit.
Okay.
Yeah.
For
And
this,
rather
I
have
will let
everybody
someone, once again, I will let someone have Teague, and Teague can give you a normal die. Now, what this cannot do is fix your mystery, but it can turn your spirit into a minor skill.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does B want to take that?
I can.
Either of
I
you
think
could make
B would
use of
gladly
it.
charge ahead forward. Yeah.
Neither of you have a minor or major mystery or spirit, but B has a shunned mystery.
Sure do.
Cool. Cool.
Thinking is not my strong suit. Critically thinking is not my strong suit.
So yeah, instead you will rely on your perhaps extrasensory awareness. With the help of Teague and then Effie, you will be making a roll by yourself.
Yep, I can do that.
Okay. Teague hands Effie the single candlestick that he had and is going to rely on the GZ Pete's Allison.
Alison did a great
I would have
roll.
been fine, apparently. That's a 16.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Or a 20 if I got to count all 4.
Yeah.
I will wait till you finish before I roll.
Okay. Teague hands Effie the single candlestick. He lights it with a match, and then confidently strides alongside B and her triple candlestick, and they go into the darkness.
Oh, here I go. Here goes apps. So I roll 4.
You're gonna roll 3.
Shite. I can do this. 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 We can do this.
I believe in you.
I believe
You
in
can
me
do it.
too. I believe in Effie's tits.
Believe.
Ah!
Ooh.
Ooh,
Her tits
it's
failed
rough.
me.
So sorry.
No.
Jess will be devastated. By the
Jess will
way,
be so
the art for
devastated.
these characters was made by the amazing Jess Loya. Look her up. I love her. She's the best.
Yes.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed the art that's rotating on the bottom left-hand side of the screen, that's the artwork of the characters we're playing that are they come with the game, and that's her handle.
Yeah. On to the adventure. Surely success and great boons will happen as Effie, you go into
Advantage.
the charcoal hallway.
Okay.
Absolutely no sign of Teague or B as
He just left you behind.
This is great.
they kind of left at the same side as you. You only hesitated for but a moment as you get past the propped open door and you go into the large room, and then you navigate towards the 15-foot archway and then that huge room that you're seeing for the first time, or seeing whatever you can see. And then what do you do as you get to the precipice?
I don't know what I do, but I try to keep going.
You push yourself onward. At some point, you get to an edge that drops down. And as you lift the candlelight, barely you can make out, this is a circular hole that goes down, and there are stairs alongside the interior of the hole. This is like a 50-foot wide hole.
Oh,
It's a big hole.
okay.
If you look around you, it's more nothingness that just goes on forever. As your footfalls just tap, tap, tap. Do you want to go down? Or do you want to bypass the hole?
I'm gonna call down to the hole. I'm gonna call out B and Tegan's name just in case.
You call out. A very dull echo goes down. How do you feel about the large, spooky hole in the room?
I feel very not good. Very, very uncomfortable.
As you stand there in discomfort, wondering if you are going to throw yourself at the whims of the abyss, once again a hand is on your shoulder. As you are unfortunately not surprised by B, but turned around by the Night Warden, whose lantern is shining in your face. He clicks something on the lantern to shutter it closed, so only your candlelight is gleaming. He reaches down towards your face, and you can see he is just charcoal drawn folds of cloth bundled to approximate like kind of sloping shoulders and long kind of drooping arms. But there is a little bit of like void where maybe a face could hide deep within, and it gets really uncomfortably close and then blows out the candle.
Okay.
On to B and Teague. Swiftly, you start going down that
Wonder where
hallway.
Effie went.
Oh, she's right behind us.
I'm sure she is right behind us.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely right behind us. And as you're kind of muttering small talk, kind of peters out for a moment, you hear a big creak somewhere in front of you, and then another creak. And instinctively, you kind of halt. It seems to pass, and then you get the instinct, okay, we should move. We should move a little faster now that something has passed in front of us, an unknown distance in front of us.
Definitely not going for our friend.
And you cast yourselves out through the archway deeper into this incredibly wide open space. Do you want to follow a wall or just go straight on in?
I think B would probably follow the wall, kind of like she
Okay.
did before.
You follow a wall, and it isn't long before you have to walk for what feels like 100 feet before you get to, oh, I feel that slight change, that atmospheric change. And you've passed actually a couple of doorways, but they just didn't have that sensation, so you pass them by until you feel
Mhm.
kind of just generally onwards. That doorway you passed before amongst the halls probably led out here, and now you've
Mhm.
probably reached a turning point where you haven't heard a creak for a while. If you just keep on going, you might be able to outpace what will inevitably start following you once again and get somewhere.
Nice.
And so now is time to cast yourself into the void and just go directly out.
Yep, she does.
You do, yeah. And you hear a bit of and like Teague just follows you, doesn't say anything, but is following you. You hear him behind you, and the light even starts to change where once was complete pitch black, just save for the odd glow of the candles on the dark charcoal. Now you can see an incredibly soft, slightly blue glow out, but down, almost as if you're seeing like a horizon line. And you're approaching until you hear splish. There's a little water that you have stumbled upon. And to the left and to the right, practically, from here on out, you will be stepping into inch-deep water. But there is a light source far away that is kind of going through the water, semi-illuminating it.
Okay.
Cool, cool.
She'd probably kind of just like head towards the light source.
Okay, yeah, you push your way through, stepping in the water. Teague is behind you. Now kind of like, now that you kind of have like a goal and a bit more of a direction, he's beside you and you're
Mhm.
walking towards the light. And it starts to get deeper. The floor beneath the water still has that charcoal texture, but you will get to the point now where you are going to have to push into water up to your knees, and then as it descends down, you start to get that I don't know how deep I have to go feeling you got before when entering this large room. To continue further will be a fatal check.
Ooh.
Well, that's what we're here for.
We are here to
Okay.
go big or go home.
she will pass off the candle, take off her lovely bomber jacket, and kind of like put all of her stuff onto Teague like a coat rack.
Okay. Yeah. He doesn't look happy about it, but mostly because he casts worried glances in the direction of the water.
Yeah,
Beautifully holds the candle and your things, and it's just like, you're quite sure about this?
not at all, actually. I'm just gonna, and she actually like unties herself.
All right.
Um, yeah, if something like pulls me in or whatever, and you get like, I don't want you to essentially have to follow involuntarily. I would also not ask you to follow voluntarily. This is probably one of those moments where it's like, go back and get those guys with like the big guns. If something happens.
I'll make a judgment call when the time arises.
I
Gives you kind of a
trust your
reassuring
judgment.
smile.
She gives her best reassuring smile response.
Yeah. It's that kind of situation. You're both kind of giving the same expression
She
of like,
kind of,
yeah, okay, yeah, maybe it'll be okay.
she kind of like folds up her shirt a little bit, like used to kind of be like, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna have to swim. She kind of like shakes out her arms and like takes a deep breath. She's like,
Yeah.
all right, well, see you on the other side. She
Indeed.
just fucking plows forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Teague is with you, and I was gonna give you the same kind of minor skill thing, but it's gonna be awareness. I was kind of debating on sensation or spirit. It's
Okay.
going to be the same regardless because your spirit would be bumped up to a minor skill with Teague.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be 4 dice, and you'll take the 3 highest.
You got this. You got this.
Good knowing you guys.
I believe. I believe.
No.
No.
That is
10.
10.
10.
It's the name of the game, though, right? Gotta try and solve the mystery.
How does
Sad, but
B
I'm so excited to
feel
find out what happens.
as you start walking into the water and kind of forcing yourself to adopt kind of a like, okay, I'm gonna have to swim in a moment position? How do you feel as you are making this descent into this like clear pale blue water in a void of darkness?
I think she's like, she's nervous, but also it kind of nervous in that sort of like excited way. This is why she adventures. This is why she goes and like does this stuff. Kind of that like every good adventurer has a bit of a death wish kind of vibe. um so it's like this is what she lives for. Big payoffs and big risks and big losses if you fuck up. And so she's like, she's calmer than I think a normal person would be. But also, yeah, that adrenaline spiking, and she's just like, yeah, this is what she lives for and maybe dies for.
As you finally get to the point where you're still able to kind of walk through the water, but now there's water up to your neck, and you're not, buoyancy is not affecting you in the way that it's forcing you to go into this like swimming or diving position. You see some kind of epicenter to what you need to go to. It's not just a thin horizon line of light. There is a center to it, and you're having a really hard time breathing as you're kind of sinking into this water, and you're not quite able to scurry to the surface. You're almost forced to take a kneeling position as if you're choking, and you're filling with water. You feel like there's water in your mouth. You don't remember if you took a deep breath before, if you needed to just a few moments ago. Opening your mouth results in just the water is everywhere, including in your mouth and your lungs. And the light of blue ahead of you grows more dim and dim. And then you don't see anything at all.
Oh, no.
Now, Allison.
Yes.
B is no longer an active character in this narrative.
No.
We don't know what Teague sees as she descends into the water, and Effie is not present. However,
She did her best.
you are still an active player in this game,
Ooh.
and you get to occupy a somewhat different role now.
Ooh.
Oh no, you're giving Alison what she wants.
He is silent, motionless, perhaps dead. But Allison can assume the role of an angel or a devil.
What
A little
what
devil
mechanically?
on Effie's shoulder, or an angel on Effie's shoulder.
Okay.
And you will try to guide our dear Fonda towards good or ill fortune.
Okay.
If Fonda does something you like, you can give her a gold die to use. And she will be replacing one of the normal dice from her roll with that gold die. If Fonda does something you don't want her to do, you can curse her with a charred die. She's not following your good advice.
Oh, no. No, I don't want that. No.
So for the
This is everything
purposes
I
of what
wanted.
we're doing here,
Why I play recklessly.
and basically just for flavor, are you a little angel or are you a little devil?
Oh gosh. It's so subjective, right?
Oh yeah, it's completely subjective.
So,
It's so subjective, guys.
see, here's the thing. I think that it would be a devil because I feel like Effie is a relatively safe logical person, to honor Bee's spirit, giving her a little chaos. I think would be good.
Mm.
For now, we're just gonna return to Effie.
Okay. Okay.
You have woken up again on the stairs in the foyer.
Am I
Wood
alone?
splinters inside the study. The front door still closed. Rain heavily falling outside. The wind is shifting the house a little bit more from the storm. The charcoal hallway is silent. Behind you upstairs, you can hear a clock toll. You've not yet gone upstairs. You wait a moment as you gain your senses again. No Teague, no Bee. And I kind of want to leave it up to you There's a new feeling, a new presence. Do you think you see a little devil on your shoulder, or is it more of a push, more of a thing that's sort of happening and like
I think
a
it's like
voice
a
in your
little,
head?
like a Studio Ghibli spirited away soot devil.
Oh, yes.
I
Uh,
feel like that would be fitting.
Allison, you can say whatever you want.
I love it. Yeah, that's great.
Especially just with the charcoal and stuff. I just feel like
Yeah.
vibe wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got 2 little horns though.
Yes.
There's a little
Ooh.
behorned soot devil on your shoulder that just kind of walks up.
Oh, I've gone sick. I'm now sick. Yes, okay. Oh, but maybe you don't look as terrifying as the weird hallway monitor, right?
It's true, I don't look so terrifying.
Oh, I did not expect any sound. Okay. Great. I was thinking of going, um,
Upstairs?
yeah, yes, actually. Why you said that fast? Have you seen my friends?
Split the party. Split the party.
Have you seen my friends? A
It just sort of blinks at you.
no, okay. Okay. I
A big expression
great. Okay. I'm just gonna try upstairs.
on their mouthless, creepy little face.
Mm-hmm.
Giant red eyes. Cute little horns.
Oh boy.
Hello.
Upstairs. I head upstairs, Finn.
Okay, great. You're going upstairs. I love that for you. Upstairs, you just kind of have to turn a corner and you get to another room. There is a doorway, a set of double doors that are slightly cracked and you can easily push them open. And to your left and right, at the walls of this room, kind of a large room, 2 sets of stairs with very fine banisters climbing up to an interior balcony. In the middle of this room, a stand-up clock, a little shorter than you, perhaps. So, like, not quite a great-grandfather clock, but it's that similar style of clock, freestanding, just kind of in the middle of the room, though. And at the back of the room, there seems to be a small table with a small decorative cloth and a couple candles.
Cool. I look around.
Yeah. You look up at the balcony. It looks as though there is some light coming from up there, and you actually see billowing curtains. As if there's like an opening up there, but you can't see it from your perspective.
Okay.
And I do want to impress upon you, kind of like a rectangular room, clock freestanding in middle of room. That's not usually how that is.
I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it, and then I will probably leave immediately after.
Okay. It looks like a fairly well-made piece. You can hear the cogs ticking away, the hands are moving. Your best guess, it's probably reporting an accurate time. And there is a pendulum lightly swinging inside, and it has a door that you can open. A little glass door in the front. Like it's a big clock. It's not bigger than
Can I
you.
see if there's anything in it?
Yeah, you look through the clock and you can actually see through the clock to the little table on the other side of the room.
What? Okay. I opened the glass front door thing.
Okay, you open the door and the clock is still going. It looks like you could pass your hand through to the other side of the clock.
I very slowly do so.
Okay, you put your hand through, like the pendulum kind of like bumps you and kind of interferes with the workings of the clock, but you just hear like a little click of the clock trying to do what it's trying to do. So you kind of move your arm to the side and just put, like, you're stretching your arm through, and it just feels like the clock doesn't have a back, and it's big enough that, like, I don't know, you could probably pass your whole body through the clock. It would just be a tight squeeze.
Okay. I look to the weird little soot demon thing. Is it still there?
Oh yeah,
Cool.
it's on your shoulder.
Great.
Hello.
Great. Oh, hi. If you were a figment of my imagination, would you say no because you know what I want you to say, or would you say yes because you're an honest little fellow?
I say that you should do everything you can to figure out why this weird clock is in the middle of the room.
That was neither of the things I asked. But
Nope.
I do want to figure out this clock. So I am going to do it, but not because you said anything about it. I'm gonna.
I made my own decision.
I have.
I'm an independent person, and I don't have to do what the devil on my shoulder tells me to do, even if I'm going to, because that's what I want to do anyway.
I go through.
You're gonna go through the clock, okay?
Press forward. I mean, so far I haven't met the Night Warden, and it feels less creepier than other things. So.
Okay. Yeah, you now you're just having to like bodily configure yourself to go into this like tight space that you can see through, and so like with a sigh, you kind of like crane your head down into the like cavity of the clock and kind of push the pendulum aside and start to like push in. It's definitely, yes, you can pass through this. It is too small to comfortably do that. So you kind of like press your head back and kind of like bump your head back, and you're like, oh, okay. And you push your head forward and your nose hits something, and you're like, all right, well, I guess I have to go through there. And like, because your shoulders standing in front of the clock cannot get through, so you have to turn your body, and then like your chest kind of bumps the front, and you have knees, and so it's like, okay, well, fucking get in there, and you pass awkwardly, ungracefully through the clock, and then you realize, not only am I looking at the table on the other side, I'm looking at the clock again. And you look behind you, and the door is there, but in front of you is now a grandfather clock. This thing is slightly taller than you.
Oh, did I shrink? Am I small? Can I check myself? Am I small now?
Make a sensation roll for me.
Okay, that's minor. So it's
Mm-hmm.
it's just 4 then, right?
Yes.
Skill. Okay.
I'll ask Allison at any time. You can declare that Fonda's done what you wanted her to do, and you can grace her with a gold die, or
She's definitely done what I wanted her to do, which was for sure to
you.
go through the clock.
Okay, yeah. Then Fonda, replace one of these dice with a gold die.
Okay, so I'll do 3 first. Okay. I'll replace
Okay.
the 3 that I got with the new gold die, which is a 4. So I got 13 total.
Okay. You don't feel any different.
Okay.
Something is weird about this room. You should probably physically investigate the rest of this room. But the previous clock you saw isn't here anymore. There's a new, bigger clock here. That's what your senses are telling you, but there's something else here.
Okay.
And once again, 2 staircases going upwards to an interior balcony, and then like a little end table at the end of this room, and then the clock and the door you came in.
Okay. I'm gonna just try to press on.
Where do you want to go?
I want to try to find B and Teague, so I'm gonna.
Do you want to leave this room?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go to the stairs?
I want to leave this room. I don't like this clock now.
Okay. You go to the doors, which are now shut. And the doors will not open. In fact, there's no handles. The doors are still there. There's no door handles.
Okay. Is there anywhere I can go?
The stairs leading up.
Go up the stairs.
Okay, yeah. This is a very high, ceilinged room, but it is not an impossibly high, stair climb. Though perspective once again gets shifted as walking towards the stairs, you feel dizzy for a moment as the stairs look bigger and bigger as you approach them.
Okay.
And getting a little loopy for a moment, you take a few meandering steps before getting close enough to the stairs that they feel big and far away, and you have to kind of pick up your pace, mostly just in shock of what is going on, feeling like maybe you're having some kind of faint episode or something, before standing in front of a first stair that is roughly 50 feet high.
I'm small. I'm tiny.
And then looking back behind you, you see Now it seems kind of like both far away and nearby, but looking behind you away from the stairs, it looks like relatively close to you a grandfather clock, a set of doors, and then another set of stairs that looks like if you just walk but a little bit, you can get to a normal-sized flight of stairs.
What are you doing to me? What are you do? Why? I mean, why? Why? I'm alone? Of course. Fuck.
And you're not alone. Excuse me. Rude.
Rude.
This is fun to be so. I just want to nope so hard. I just want to nope so hard. If this is a game, I'd want to give Alison the control. Oh.
You are welcome.
I want to go to the normal stair. I don't. So far, doors haven't been my friend, so I'm gonna go to the normal appearing-ish stairs.
Okay. You leave the impossibly large stairs behind you, walk kind of almost, you feel like, wow, it almost feels like I'm rising to meet the clock, but I'm just walking across a room. There's a little bit of like pit of your stomach, like, ugh, I feel like my elevation changed. And you go right past the clock towards the other stairs as a similar effect starts happening where the closer you get to these stairs, the larger and farther away they seem. And if you look up from the bottom of the stairs, it's like the staircase that was once probably like, it's like 20 steps, but it looks like miles high. Just going up. Huge, impossible architecture rising upwards.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go look at a door.
You leave the stairs to go back to the center of the room. Look at the doors that have still no door handle, and you hear bong from the clock.
Mm.
As you hear like a considerable sound of, ticking clockwork, the pendulum.
I'm not hearing any footsteps, correct?
No, only your own.
Cool.
Once again, the grandfather clock, very similar design, perhaps same design as the previous one. Lots of silver filigree on the face, and a door that you can open to expose the pendulum.
I'm gonna open the pendulum door.
Open the door.
You open the pendulum door, and once again you see out the other side, but this time you see, from your current perspective, another clock. Notably, this is a bigger clock, even than the grandfather clock. Takes up more of the room.
Okay.
And if you glance around behind this clock, you just see the end of the room and the end table.
I mean, there might be something cool on that end table. I'm just saying.
Is
Might
this
be helpful.
some weird ass Alice in Wonderland finagling. Oh god. Oh, I just want to move the story forward. I'm gonna go through it.
This clock is pretty easy to step through, as you have to once again hunch down and bend yourself through, but it's less of a tight space. You walk through the clock into the room, and the moment you have exited, you kind of free yourself from that. There's no clock behind you. There is, however, a 12-foot tall monster of a grandfather clock
I'm getting
loudly
smaller.
like talk, talk.
Oh.
Would you like to perhaps make a roll on sensation once again?
I would love to. So that's a 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rolling 3.
3 dice, yeah.
I got a 7.
Hard to shake the feeling
Am I
like
able to
you...
give one, or
No.
because she will through the clock? No.
No. Not this time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Feels as though it's hard to shake that feeling like you're getting smaller. I will tell you, the other things in the room, perspective-wise, seem to be staying the same, but you're just haunted by the fact that there are huge stairs that if you approach them become very large and intimidating,
Uh-huh.
and an ever increasingly larger series of clocks or a smaller you.
Is the weird little soot demon getting bigger?
No,
Okay, so
proportionally staying the same size.
that is a little bit nice.
As now a like gong, like a large clock sound rings out from this 12-foot tall behemoth.
Okay. I'm going to just keep going. There's no books for me to read here. There's nothing. I just need to find something, an end, and my friends. So I'm just gonna keep going, whatever that means. I'm just gonna keep moving through a
Okay.
door
Continue
or a
onward.
hallway or stairs that are too big for me.
What was that, Alison?
Is it just continue onward?
Yeah. There is another door to open in a clock.
I'll try the door.
You reach out to open the large door on this large clock. Easily, you could just stand fully inside this clock. You'd have to watch out for the pendulum bopping you in the side, but you can just go in this clock easily.
Okay.
See, that's like a silver lining, right? It just gets easier.
You're very positive.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
You want me? Would you rather me be creepy? Because I got a creepy thing that I can say.
No. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
No.
You're welcome.
Love that there's consent between us right now. This is great.
It's a burgeoning relationship between a woman and her outer demon. You definitely see on the other side, there's a bigger clock on the other side. And you go through, right?
Yeah, okay, Finn, I'm gonna keep
Mhm.
going for all the clocks that you give me until there's no clock.
Great.
I'm good.
Boldly and
Speed running the clock
exasperatedly,
round.
you speed run the clock room as you burst forth onto the other side, and then this next one, you actually have to like jump a little bit to even grab the handle to swing open this door as ticking and just gears and the swing of the pendulum is all much louder, and you step into this next clock and you have to take several steps to even clear the interior of the clock, seeing before you a much larger clock. Exiting this last one, this next clock, it doesn't even look as big as the impossible staircase, but it stretches almost to the ceiling and to the balcony, and you can't get to the handle, so you just have to brace your hands against the wood of the door and like squeeze your hands in and just push and push to get the door open. And it swings open. It just like momentum leaves it, and it leaves your hand, and it just swings open. This clock has a wooden back. And looking up, the massive pendulum inside swings, and you can see more detail inside this one than you had ever seen before. Different gears and cogs and like little metal rods that seem to service the interior workings of this clock, climbing upwards and upwards into a complex clock interior at the top. And you can see there might be a little pathway where you could climb the inside.
I will climb.
This is going to be
And
a
I will be
fatal
here for
check.
you the whole way. I have you. You can do it. Just as long as you do it.
Okay. So this is a fatal check.
Yes. Now you can back out of this one as you see now there are door handles on the door as you've reached the largest clock.
I'm gonna go up the damn clock.
Okay.
So I'm rolling
Yes.
4.
Hmm?
How many dice am I rolling for the fatal?
4 dice. And I will say, because your devil has urged you onwards to just follow clock hell,
Yeah.
you can roll.
Yes.
This is going to be a motorix,
Oh, okay.
which is not a skill of yours,
No.
but you can roll 3 normal dice and 1 golden dice.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Oh no.
Well, I got 11.
Okay. As you are in front of the just a Castlevania amount of clock tower gears and cogs and intimidating interiors of clocks, the only way you can think to start is you can hop on like some of this interior like wooden paneling that seems to have been like crisscrossed in such a way to add structure, but now for you in this diminutive perspective, you can get handholds and go up and ascend to a whirling gear of, there shouldn't even be a whirling gear here this low in the clock, but I don't know, maybe in the impossibly large, massive clock tower, maybe it needs this to work. And the pendulum swings like close to you, not hitting you level, but definitely it's just a huge presence in the open space of the inside of this clock now. And as you get on one of these gears, you have to act quickly to, you know, you're about to like be spun around and hit something else. So you have to jump onto another one and scramble up before you get to a little platform of wood that seems to be adding some kind of support for these little cogs and gears. You must jump for the pendulum, hold on, and go to another set of things that can take you higher.
Oh my god. Okay. Sure. Higher, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I'll catch you.
I really like the positiveness of that. I don't have
It's
a
all
lot of faith
subjective.
in it, but okay.
And ready to leap,
Yeah.
the pendulum swings away towards you, and now is the time to go.
Okay.
Jump.
Yep.
Jumping outwards into the void, trying to get a handhold on this metal thing that was not meant to see hands, like ever was it meant to see hands. And you get onto it, and your shoe is kind of slipping on the like pendulous part of it, trying to maybe like climb up it slightly. You slip, your hands grasping at what is like a piece of metal too large to even fully wrap your hands around. And you fall into the open air as you hear rapid footsteps, and jumping to intercept your fall is Teague,
What the freaking
who you fall onto
what?
with a as probably something on both your ends are broken,
Oh.
as he catches you and immediately tumbles and falls into this massive clock. He looks like he ate shit on the wooden floor of the clock. You are banged up, like definitely, probably something is bleeding from just scraped skin, and your side feels really bad, but you can see, like, you heard a crunch that didn't come from you. Teague probably broke a few ribs.
No.
And, because this is a two-person game, it's going to be your one bailout.
Oh.
And Teague will no longer be able to assist you in rolls. As he looks around and says, "What the hell is going on in here?
I don't.
Why is this clock so big?"
I don't know. I just start crying.
Why is it so
just
big?
start
I don't
crying in
understand.
pain. Teague! Teague, where are you? Where's B? Why is there's no charcoal here, which is great, but now there's just cloth.
He kind of like helps you to your feet, which actually he starts helping you to your feet. You kind of have to help him up a little bit, and you both support each other as you leave the clock to at least go into the room you left. And he looks you over. He does not seem to see the little soot devil.
Great.
He just seems to give you a once over and kind of like make sure you're not like, I don't know, the bone poking out somewhere. And you can see at the threshold of the doorway, he dropped a candlestick and a bunch of bees things. He goes from kind of like pain to a little happy that like you're okay to a kind of sour expression. I saw her go into the water inside this shoreline.
Why
in
would she
the
go
charcoal.
into the water? She can't swim. She knows that.
What?
She can't swim well. Have you seen
It's
her
all
swim?
She sinks so fast. There's too much muscle.
You didn't fucking tell me that.
She's too buff.
She doesn't kick her legs.
She's
She
too
just
buff.
tries to do it with her arms.
Okay, well.
Like
He
it's some
looks
kind
like
of push
kind of distraught and like a little erratic, but he's like, well, there's nothing we can do about that right now. There is a water line. There is some kind of light inside. There's a big fucking clock in this room.
I know.
Why didn't you just take the stairs?
I can't take the stairs.
Okay.
Hang on my shoulder told me to.
Oh, Teague. Do we blow shit up? Like, is that what we just do? I don't want to say no to B, but like, I think we're a little over our heads.
Possibly. I didn't bring my dynamite and bombs today.
I didn't bring my running or my climbing shoes. I just have walking shoes and they can't even take me upstairs.
Well, hindsight is something bad, I guess. And he like looks up at the balcony. You have to now angle yourself to look behind the massive clock.
Mm-hmm.
There is still like kind of there's a little light coming through the balcony. The curtains are blowing, not to the extent that a torrential storm would be blowing them, and you don't even hear an increase in the rainfall. It just sounds like it did in the foyer. So something is definitely going on in that balcony, but you just have to traverse the clock to get up there and find out what it is.
Teague, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna be honest, and I've been listening to not a gut feeling, let me tell you, more like a weird shoulder pain I've been having.
Okay.
And I feel like I can climb the clocks, and it's all sense is gone.
Seems like
Nothing
a
is
good idea to
sensible
me.
here.
Seems like an excellent plan. Climb the clock.
So
Get to the light.
I'm gonna climb the clock, and I
am gonna say that creepy thing now. Do you know what a clock sounds like sometimes? Heartbeat. Maybe it's our heart.
Oh, I don't like you. I don't know. You're not. No. No.
Maybe we.
Eeg is looking at you a little concerned as you are
Talking to myself.
talking to yourself. Yeah, sure, we can try to climb the clock.
Can
do
you
you
even
want-
climb the clock? You look very sore. Very.
Look, I'm not doing particularly well, but
Your
you're
mustache
also
is
not-
looking great.
thank you
You're so
so
welcome.
much.
I know.
I-
You put in a lot of effort.
I put a lot of effort into my mustache, and even when I am... Oh, bleeding from the forehead. Yes, that appears to be something I'm doing now. One must look their finest, and he slicks his hair back, getting a little blood in his hair. Perhaps you should rest while I give the clock one go.
You? Did you? Are you sure about that?
No?
Then wait. 'Cause out of the two of us, you look more injured than I. If we switch shoes, maybe. Do you have climbing shoes?
I don't have climbing shoes. I have shoes.
Are they better
Shoes?
than my shoes? Do they have
I
grip?
mean- You know, I've been known to go about and, you know, really rough house out there from time to time, so maybe.
Okay, let's switch shoes.
Okay, wow, you have the same size shoe as me. It's amazing.
He has such dainty feet.
Yeah. Just Your shoes quite comfortable, quite nice.
Thank you. Yes,
Nice shoes,
made for
yes.
comfortable walking.
Comfortable walking, which I will now be doing.
Yes. Yes. How about you walk out of here and inform Lawrence of Plan C?
I will. Are you sure? You're absolutely sure
I
about
am not
this?
sure of anything. I'm trying to let you have options.
I say this.
Okay.
I could go and look back in the charcoal, or even perhaps try to navigate towards the swim I found before.
Okay.
Or I could go to Lawrence, as you have said.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, damn it, I'll even try the clock, but yes, that is probably a bad idea.
Uh, I mean, I feel like I need. B would just bull charge through this right now, and there's no books. There's nothing here for me that's really like, my thing, except just try to make sense of it. And the only sense I'm getting is right now I gotta climb this clock. And I notice the smaller I'm getting, the lower my voice has gotten.
He looks at you odd. Smaller?
I, the, the clocks, relative to me, are making me feel small.
Yes. Perspective, yeah.
And that perspective has deepened my voice.
Oh. Well,
You'd think it would go the opposite way, because, smaller things usually sound smaller?
Maybe all my brain power is going to something else right now.
Whatever
I
you mean.
have no doubt that you can figure it out. He puts his hands on your shoulders, pat. You can definitely do it. With my shoes and your talking to yourself reassuredly, what could go wrong?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right.
Okay.
I will try to help as best I can. Good luck with the clock. Be
Thank you.
careful.
Yes, you too. You
Yes.
too, dear. You too.
And he leaves out the door, downstairs. And I'm going to gift you, because of the shoe swap that I really enjoyed. Alison is urging, little Devil on your shoulder is urging you to go up the clock.
Climb the clock.
You can have 2 golden dice. Because of this.
So I'm still rolling
4,
4.
but 2 of them are golden.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll 2. Oh.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
That's almost an 18. In fact, it is
Oh.
17.
Oh my gosh.
So, what does it look like? And, what I love is you didn't even need the extra golden dice. You just rolled super, super well.
No.
What does it look like, Effie, just truly in over your head? This is not your expertise. How is the journey different now that leads you up the clock?
I ripped the lower part of my dress attire, so I have more leg running movement. And while I love wearing like skirt dresses, I totally get why B wears pants
Sure.
in this
Correct.
moment.
Harness your inner bee.
I'm harnessing B, and I'm using these shoes that I fully believe are better than the shoes I just gave away. And I just like I don't try to bull charge by pressing super hard into the ground to like run to get up to the other part when I jump. I try to be lighter than B, but like using like the courageous momentum to push me forward.
Courageous momentum.
Yes.
You have gotten back up to the point you were before in front of the pendulum. You're in a bit of a different mentality. You're definitely trying to lean on, like, being able to time things correctly, kind of leaning into your strengths a little bit. Not necessarily, like, guessing at when clockwork is going to move, but patience and getting to that next point, kind of like trying to give yourself that momentum to sort of just lean into things and then exert yourself when you really need to get up to that next place. You're in front of the pendulum, and the first time it swings forward, you just leap, grab onto it. You kind of let yourself smack into it, which sort of hurts, but it just feels like you've pasted yourself onto this thing for just enough moment to then scoot around to the other side and let it carry you as you jump towards that other side and skid on one of these like metal fixtures that is thankfully like not moving, or rather moving very slowly. And in this moment you just feel like you can't prove that Teague's shoes have more grip. But in your mind, you're constructing the narrative that these are the shoes of a guy that has to get out of tough situations quickly and efficiently, and maybe that's just what you got now.
Yes.
That grippy, that energy, and you carry that on forward as you have to ascend these various, like, literally, like, grab onto a gear that is turning upwards and let it carry you until you can sort of lean back and stand for it to carry you to another piece to then let you ascend. Thinking about it too much will just ruin the entire experience of it, as you have to sort of divorce yourself from the incredible thing that you're going through right now. And finally you get to a part where it's not the inside of a clock like everything else around you, but there's like a ladder here made for a person your size inside this clock, and you climb, and finally you reach the interior of the face of the clock, which, looking out, you see the hands moving and you see the door. From your perspective, it seems like huge, like kind of huge. It's hard to tell. It really is like, it's not like you're looking at a mountain, but you feel small. You're inside this big clock. Looking out, you get the sensation that even this clock, when I was inside the room, looking as big as it did, once I entered the clock, it felt even larger. And before your head swims too much, you turn around, you don't look at that anymore, and you see that the back of the clock up here is removed, and you can just hop over the railing to the balcony.
Okay. I do.
And not more than 15 feet in front of you, there are beautiful, like, large windows that can be thrown open to presumably greet the rear side of the manor, the sea to the east, the forest to the west, the coastline stretching up north. But a constant, like, strong breeze, nothing too overpowering, wafts in, blowing the curtains aside, and in front of you is a young woman hopping over the railing in your direction.
Well,
However, they are motionless. And she is bright and shining. She, even without getting close, you can see like her head is kind of downturned as she is in this physical action, but she looks giddy and mischievous.
Hello? Hi?
No response. Truly, she's frozen in time.
Oh, Lord. Can I try to reach out to her?
Yeah, you go over to her. You just feel like you're standing in front of a window, so it's a little windy over there, but she is in this act of like putting leg over windowsill to get inside, and the light that is shining off her is coming from a sealed letter in her hand.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to bring her over to a safe, like, if I can move her, I would love to try so she's not, like, between, or, like, would fall off if she suddenly isn't frozen in time.
Sure. You reach out, and she's wearing like a lot of kind of brown and tan clothing, some like outerwear. She has a cap on and a messenger bag, and then like boots, it looks like. Just kind of like workman's clothes, basically. But she can't be moved. You can ruffle the clothing, and it feels like an almost synesthesia effect of you're not looking. Well, you're you're feeling something in slow motion as you like touch the cloth, and it just seems to have so much resistance to it, as if you felt as though like if I shoved her, would she be shoved in a second, a minute, a year? Like it has that weird reverberating effect to it of you're unsure exactly how you can affect this physical space. It's very disorienting. But the letter flaps cleanly in the breeze.
Okay. I look at the weird glowy thing.
Read the letter.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, look at the letter.
Right?
Letter hoy.
You reach out for the letter.
Yeah.
You put your hand on the letter and tug at it as if elastic. It kind of like gives at first like resistance, and like it's as if she's like holding onto it, and then snap, it's in your hand and you're in the foyer. And you have in your hand a sealed letter, and for whatever reason this unlocks something kind of in your mind. You can see that it's addressed to someone.
Okay.
You cannot read who it is addressed to.
Okay, can I...
It's like there is a void pulling the information away on the paper, far from you.
Okay.
But you can open the letter.
I'd like to open the letter while I'm walking towards the office.
Okay. You open the letter. It's sealed with just like a little lump of wax, nothing fancy. And you open it and take a look. It says, "Tomorrow after midnight, I'll be on the shore with my boat. Don't be late." And a little heart is drawn. And then lower on it is kind of a PS mode. "Soon you can have me all to yourself."
Who's in love with somebody else?
Oh, it's a weird clock story. A weird love clock story. Okay. I'm gonna bring this letter to the weird lady in the office.
You enter the office with the letter.
I do.
There is a faint pulse from the gray light in the chest of the woman.
Oh, the soot dude was right. No, if it is the soot thing still there? Is Allison's little soot devil with me?
Uh-huh.
You were right. You were right about the heartbeat thing.
Of course I was. Obviously I was. I knew the whole time that I was right.
I love your
Such
confidence. I
confidence.
really need some of that. I'm gonna bring the letter.
That's what I'm here for.
Bring the letter closer to the lady.
Yeah, the pulse kind of quickens.
Okay.
Not fast, but clearly there is a resonance.
Cool. I put it against her heart.
The letter is slowly just kind of like drifts out of your hand into the heart, and there is a like woomph, kind of like pulse, and the pace of the shadows on her slows.
Okay.
You can kind of make out a few more of her features, but it's still really disorienting to look at her as it's not like looking at a laser light show. It's like looking at a laser light show through a torrential mass of like moving shadows.
Yeah.
But it's just she gets a little sharper.
Cool. I have no idea what to do next. So
Oh, if there's another thing that has to get done, I'd say it's probably whatever that glowy light thing that your friend fucked up getting.
As the little soot devil says that, you feel a little pitter patter at two little feet on your other shoulder as this little cartoonish like one singular white gown and then like plastic wings and literally like a dealy bopper on like a metal pole of a halo, like just a fake ass angel is on your other shoulder
This
and is like,
guy.
hello.
Fucking loser.
Oh my god.
Oh, you hush. Shut up, you. I don't want anything to do with you. Hello, my new friend.
Oh no. I'm
Hello.
dead. I must be dead. I am dead now.
No. Oh, you're not dead yet. It's not your time yet. Hush now.
Just your friends are.
With his little hands, he like puts his hands on like your cheek, comforting you like it's okay.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
okay.
Mm.
Worry not. It's okay. How are you doing? Look, you're doing so well. Yes.
Oh, that's great, because I don't feel that way at all. My friends are. I feel more and more like I'm in that weird storybook tale.
No. Well,
You can't
who could
say
say
I'm wrong.
truly?
I'm
Now-
talking to myself, I think.
Sure, if that makes you feel better, you're definitely talking to yourself. Now,
Does it?
if we want to get out of here,
I do.
yay! We all want to get out of here. You should run into that hallway over there. You don't need a candle, you just need to be bold about it.
What?
Mhm.
Your blind faith shall lead you to blind victory. Come now. Chop chop.
That's
Yes.
incorrect. That sounds incredibly incorrect. You should remember that place that you were trying to go. Just get there to the place that you were trying to go.
What?
Equally unhelpful information.
Isn't that also down the hallway he's pointing to?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
mean,
both
it definitely go
pointing
down
to the same
the
thing?
whole like.
Yes, the
Yes.
spooky dark hallway down
Oh
there.
my god, damn it. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna hold up my little skirt a little bit more. I'm just gonna quickly skitter my new boots faster. If I'm gonna die, I wanna die fast. And if I'm not gonna die, I wanna get sober extra fast. Teak and B owe me whiskey.
Do you go into the hallway?
I do.
Do you go into the hallway without a light?
Oh, I do.
So that's going to be a gold die from your devil and a gold die from your angel.
Oh, what am I rolling?
Which, because we are introducing more things at once, I will say
Okay.
you do not have to use these all in the same roll,
Okay.
but some of them may apply. Now, when you receive a charred die, you have to use it in your next roll.
Yes.
When you receive a gold die, you can hang on to them.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
You're going to have to pass a difficulty 10 mystery check to get through the charcoal hallway.
Okay, so I'm gonna be rolling a 3.
Yes. Now, I will put out there. I'll offer this first to Alison. Alison, if you'd like to, I don't know, make up some BS for Fonda to follow during this little adventure, maybe you can earn another gold die.
It's just some like demon nonsense.
Yeah, it's demon nonsense.
That I have to do?
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
you don't have to do it.
Oh shit.
Here's what you gotta do.
Oh.
It's a right and a right and a left,
It's a
right,
straight, it's a straight hallway.
left, right.
What do you mean?
Right, and then left. No, the doors. The doors are very important.
What?
Did you hear me when I said it's right, right,
Oh, right.
left, left, right, left, right, right,
What? You just made me go in a
Oh,
circle.
you should whistle.
and then
while
you
do it.
follow
Yes,
the bad
yes.
smell.
Oh my.
A little jaunty tune will help you. Whistling, good for you.
Right.
Settles the
Left.
mind.
Left. Left. Right. Right. Follow the
Or
bad
just
smell.
scream the whole time.
I'm already doing
I mean,
that.
this thing for sure found you anyways. The
Ah!
last couple times you've been down this hallway, so you might as well just scream.
I've already been
Kind
doing
of feel like a forceful little bap of tiny hands on your neck. I'm telling you to whistle. Whistle, damn you. You have to.
Oh my
It's good for
God,
you.
Okay. I whistle scream.
Okay, so you're following the devil's directions and you're screaming.
And I'm whistling.
Are you screaming or whistling?
I can do both. Oh, a screamy whistle is just a really high-pitched whistle.
Okay. Alison, do you feel happy with Fonda following your orders?
I am, yes.
I'm gonna give you 2 golden dice for following her bad directions
No.
and screaming.
So I have 4 total.
Yes. You're sure you're trying to whistle at the same time?
Yes.
You're really trying to be a people pleaser, and I appreciate that. I'm gonna give you another gold die. as you barrel a truly wild force into this charcoal hallway. And I will say, you've accumulated quite a few gold dice. Would you like to use any for this check?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
At least 2.
Okay. So go ahead and roll 2 regular dice and 2 gold dice.
Oh.
Wow. That's just a bit. Whoa, too many dice. But that's okay.
Too many dice.
What? Oh, that was a whoopsies.
That was a whoopsies, but that's okay.
So the first 2. Well, sorry, the
first
first
2.
4.
The
Right?
first 4,
It's
yes.
6,
You've-
4, a 5, and a 4.
Mm-hmm.
I
You
a 6, 4, 5.
So you got
I
a 15.
15.
got a 15.
Mm-hmm.
You
Holy.
blaze a trail through the charcoal hallways, and you're yelling. You're screaming. You're not even yelling. You're screaming, and you are trying to follow the whims of this little city guy on your shoulder as a little angel is like trying to remind you to whistle, which you stop screaming momentarily just to whistle for a moment before a devil urges you to scream again. So you begin running your voice raw, just trying to do all this. You think
Devil is
you
for sure just
followed-
cackling the entire time too.
Yeah, you think you're following the directions of this devil quite well. It takes you a unknown amount of time, but it's not long, maybe a minute or so before you realize, like, am I being pursued? Where is this hall monitor monstrous charcoal thing? You've just made it into the great expanse of this place in a blaze of glory,
I'm
a little bit
winded.
out of breath.
I'm so winded.
Yeah, winded, thinking like, how did I avoid this thing? Did I scare it off? I have to keep on going. I can't stop to think because I'm not gotten yet, so I need to go.
Okay, I'm just oh.
And like you kind of wander around with no light. You cannot see where you're going. You just haven't hit a wall in a while, so you are led to think you're in the great open expanse. And you're wandering around where you know somewhere there's a massive hole in the ground.
Oh my god,
Hmm.
I could fall into the hole.
And you just have to keep on going and walking, not
Okay.
being able to see anything in front of you,
Yeah.
no light,
Mhm.
the occasional misstep, not causing you to trip, but just making you on a sensory level aware that what should be floorboards beneath your feet are kind of just charcoal drawings. And you skid across them until you stop for a moment, shocked by, oh, there's a change. You feel that brisk coolness, that slight moisture in the air, and you follow that for another moment that begins another moment and another until you see the light blue horizon of this other thing out here in the void. And the angel on your shoulder is humming to himself, like, ooh, kind of just taken in by the nice sight of this, you know, beautiful sliver of blue light. You hear splish, and you've gotten to water on the ground.
B? B?
There's no response.
Oh gosh. There's nothing else. I just feel water on the ground.
There's nothing else. There's water on the ground. But
I mean,
now
following
that
the
you're
light
at
worked
this
out really good
point,
last time.
there is more of a central direction to the light, as you can clearly see a horizon line in this void, but also a point that is brighter than the others, almost like the sun or the moon coming over the water line. And focusing on it, it seems like you could follow that.
Oh gosh, okay, I do.
A frazzled Effie goes
So
deeper into the water. At some point, just kind of discarded by the side, you can see that there is indeed a shirt and shoes. Your shoes. Teague has tried to swim down here.
Oh gosh, T.
Now, if you would like to descend into the waters, this will be... Oh, I didn't even do the thing. Wait. Erk. There you go. You got two. A fatal check.
I believe in you.
Okay. So I have 3 gold die left.
Which means for this would be a this is a spirit roll.
Okay.
But because you have extra die at all, you're going to be doing 3 gold dice and 1 regular die.
Oh, okay. Oh, what?
The regular die is a 5.
I don't know why that happened. Okay,
So roll 3d6, and these are all going to be golden.
thank God, because that one becomes a
The 3
4.
and the 1 become a 4.
That's not enough. You need to roll 2 5s.
You are at
Oh, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait. Shit. I'm so distraught. I'm counting wrong, I think. So my first regular die was a 5.
Yes. And then your golden dice have rolled a 4, which stays at a 4.
Yeah, a 3.
Which turns into a 4, and then a 1 that turns into a 4. So that would be 8 plus 5.
13.
Yeah.
Join us. Join us in the water.
Oh.
And you descend.
Okay.
Exasperated. Your friends are not anywhere to be found. You don't know where they are. The silence of this place. The slow, practically breathing of like you're in the stomach of something, of just, you're like in the lungs. You're in one big lung that stretches on for the whole world. And you try to concentrate on, there's a blue light ahead of you. There is the sensation of being underwater practically before you've even gotten waist deep, and you cough, your lungs are already full of water.
Join us, Effie. We all float down here. The fauna would understand that reference.
And before you can even decide whether to panic and go back or forge on ahead to see if you can beat whatever is tugging against you, you just plunge and fall. There is no floor anymore. There is just sinking. Looking at your hands in front of you and your hair waving about your face, nothing seems wet. It just seems deep. And there's pressure here, forcing you down. How do you react to this?
I panic.
You start gasping for breath, and none will come, as it is as if everything all around you, the equilibrium has shifted from where once you were breathing air and air is all around us, now it is water, and there's water within and without you. You have both swallowed as much water as you can possibly can, breathed as much as you possibly can. It's everywhere. And
I think I give up. I think Effie would.
you close your eyes, and it just feels like you go, not necessarily to sleep, but down and into the darkness where perhaps this is where the charcoal drawing was made. B. You wake up. You are inside this charcoal maze. You feel cold. And you just feel thirsty, kind of dry. You reach down and you feel the dust beneath your fingertips of this charcoal place. And you're just looking up. There's a soft blue glow kind of below your perspective, but if you're on your back looking up, you just see nothingness above.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
You should just kind of like take a couple moments to just sort of breathe.
Yeah.
She's like, well, that was strange. But I guess it's still strange. She's kind of sighs and like pushes herself up. Nothing left to do but keep following, I guess.
Lapping about you is the blue water.
Okay.
Hey, Fonda,
Yeah.
do you think you'd be a little devil or a little angel?
Oh, I'd be a anxiety demon.
An anxiety angel.
And an anxiety demon you shall become. As B, you notice there's like a little pressure on your shoulder. It seems like something like a little bird landed or something. Like a weird sensation.
Oh my god, gosh, hello, hi, hello,
Hi.
hi. I'm gonna hide in your collar here, okay? I'm just gonna be right here.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, just cozy on up in there.
Oh my gosh, you got like a little mole on the back of your neck. That's super cute.
Thank you. I don't know why you're here, but it's okay. Good, I guess, to have somebody to talk to.
I don't know why I'm here
I think I'm
either.
gonna just keep following that light.
I don't know about that. You can totally give it a try if you want.
Okay. That is my choice.
Yeah, I'm never gonna force
But
you
you
to
will
do anything.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Just a manifestation of timidity.
Yeah. So yeah, B just kind of continues to head towards the light. What she had kind of like the last thing she had sort of remembered doing is just to the light.
Okay, yeah. You stand up. You've gained a new friend in some kind of figment of your imagination or some strange presence in this place. You're not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but all there is
Better
to
than being
do
alone.
is go back the way you came or forge on ahead.
Yep. Ahead is her way.
Okay. Mustering up the strength to stand, you feel bad.
Really?
Feel really bad. Like you stand up and you're like, "Oh, whoa! I stood up really quickly." It's so funny how that usually doesn't affect me. So, oh, your nose is bleeding a little bit, but only a little tiny
Oh,
bit. It feels like
Oh my
every
god,
drop
that's
of
so
moisture
much
that leaves
blood.
you.
You are bleeding. You're dying. Oh my
it's not
god.
that bad.
Oh
I've had worse.
Are you sure you want to go to the light with all this blood?
mean, it's not as much blood as it looks like. It's the water. The water makes it look worse than it is. It kind of like dilutes it. It's fine, really.
I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not a doctor. or a, or an aquatic biologist.
This is my favorite character so far.
I am also neither of those things, but I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, as you stand, you're a little disoriented. You feel a little like, like the sensation, like a little numbness at your fingertips. And once you're done with this, you really need to probably like eat, have some water, nurture yourself in some way because you just feel dry and desiccated and lacking of the energy that usually would surge you forth.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like sandpaper.
I'm sure I do. I need some moisturizer and a drink. God, do I need a drink?
Okay. Um, moving forward, if you continue on towards the light,
Yeah.
Fonda, are you granting Alison a golden die?
I would be, only because she is courageous and I am not. Therefore, she is making the choice. And I like that.
a general supportiveness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
A general supportiveness as you have 1 die to you.
Yay.
And I will put this to you. What is the general vibe you are going into this round 2 with the water? How do you want to
She's just
approach
like,
this to overcome this challenge?
I think B is nothing if not determined.
Okay.
She apparently may not swim well. But like, she's watched a lot of, or went to a lot of wildness survival things. It's like, okay, I can do this. I just have to focus on breathing and keeping my head above the water this time. I think that's where I went wrong.
Wait, do you
Last
not know how
time
to
was
swim?
definitely going under. I understand the logistics of swimming.
That doesn't give me any
Putting it into
confidence.
practice, I am extremely dense. Like physically.
You're dummy
I do
thick.
not float.
You're dummy thick. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
But I'm also strong and I got great stamina, and I think that is important.
Oh, you're dummy
And
thick
with
and
enough belief in
confident.
myself,
No.
I will be fine.
I'm gonna burrow myself further into your shirt jacket.
So she's going in with completely unearned confidence.
Okay.
And that beautiful herbo brain of hers.
I am gonna let you roll a muscle for this one.
Yes.
Mostly because in the absence of one muscle, the brain, you may use other muscles.
Yes.
The more important muscles, like
The more important muscles,
running
the
into that
body
water.
muscles.
So go
Okay, so
ahead.
2 normal dice.
2 normal, 2 gold.
Hmm.
Our normal dice are a 4 and a 3.
What? No, that's a 12. I rolled
Well-
so bad. I told you that at the end of this, I was gonna do so bad. I was rolling so hot at the beginning. I was like, "This is gonna be too long. B is gonna die."
You just with
Immediately drown.
unearned confidence in this specific situation run into the waves. What before was like an intimidating existential kind of water shockingly surges up before you and crashes down on you in what is almost a rude display of denial. Why did this happen? How did it? You're knocked unconscious.
100%. That is extremely fitting.
And slowly, both of you, B and Effie, you awaken under this water. You have the constant feeling of not being able to draw in breath. You have a physical sensation of water in your mouth, your nose. It does not feel great. There's this weird sense of weightlessness, yet you feel your feet on the ground and you're standing. Feels like at the bottom of the ocean, in front of a glowing object. There is a letter opener just shining blue light out in front of you. And Effie and B, you open your eyes, you can see an unconscious Teague that is not floating in the water. He's face down on the floor of the like charcoal ocean thing that's happening right now.
Oh. That's probably not good.
You say that,
Oh.
and your words come out of your mouth, but you still have a bad sensation of like not being able to breathe very well.
I don't like this.
Is this the afterlife? Is this the afterlife?
I mean, I hoped that the afterlife would be a little nicer than this, to be honest. So I'm gonna continue believing that no, it is not yet that.
Let's go look at tea.
I'm gonna go see about this thing.
Okay, I'm gonna check
The
on
glowing
tea.
object.
Yes, for sure. She's like a fucking moth right now. She's like, okay, these things are glowing all the time. I don't like it.
Yeah.
It needs to stop glowing, or like something needs to change.
You can reach out and grab the letter opener.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Effie, as you like kneel down, the sensation of the water not mixing with like a lot of what you're seeing and some of what you're feeling, you reach down and touch like Teague on the back. You're in a very compromised position right now. You don't know if he's breathing or not, but once B puts her hand on the letter opener, it is like you are pushed around within waves as a cyclone of water around you appears to form rapidly and like suck the water away into the dark sky. And then once it's gone, you feel no differently. It just doesn't look like you're underwater anymore. And after a few seconds of your mind trying to wrestle with what you see and what you feel, you are kind of thrown violently like around into the hallway of the charcoal maze. You are just kind of like as if somebody like picked you up, tossed you against a wall. You like slam into the wall, and you can see the foyer a few steps away. You were just kind of like
I believe it's
jostled.
pronounced foyer.
Who are you talking to? Jostled and thrown into the hallway. Teague actually tumbling out, just like arms splayed in the foyer.
Thank.
And an unsettling feeling coming from deeper within the charcoal as you just that like humidity and moisture and cool not there anymore. A scratchy, dry, cold feeling is emanating thoroughly from this lake direction. None of your clothes are wet, but you no longer feel like you're drowning. It's just that you feel like maybe you drowned.
I think we should blow up the house.
I honestly already think I'm dead, so. But we don't have dynamite.
I mean, fair.
And we can't go out to tell Lawrence.
Why can't we go out to tell Lawrence?
How are we gonna get out?
Oh.
B? How are we gonna? You tell me how we're gonna get out right now.
Can B go to the front door?
You leave
the
the
foyer?
charcoal hallway, and the door exiting the house is as you left it. Nothing has changed there. But the moment you bring the letter opener into the foyer, you feel a woomph, powerful resonant effect. And you look inside the office. The gray light coming out of the woman's heart is pulsing again.
Oh shit. See, we can't get out with the letter.
Do you want this back? He's gonna cautiously walk towards the lady.
Oh, me.
Is
cautiously...
this yours?
Question?
She does not respond, but the closer you get...
You mean the skeleton lady with a hole in her chest doesn't talk?
No, she doesn't say anything, actually.
Shocking.
Not that you can hear, at least. Going into this room, it doesn't feel like when you all had some scrapes and there was some stuff that happened, and Effie, when you and Teague kind of had your little commune and then you were able to get up the clock, you know, that was a couple drownings ago. You weren't in the best of shape, but walking in here now really feels like you've been through it physically, and Teague is unconscious. Seems like he's breathing, but it's incredibly shallow. You feel like, wow, really want to get him to a doctor or something. You yourself, you're still beat up from your fall, and now it feels like you've drowned.
Oh my God.
B confidently walks into the study as she's wont to do. There is a wobbliness to her gait that is noticeable.
For sure. She pretends it's not there.
Now, this building is also kind of going through it, as the rain is torrential. It's very loud. It's still muffled, but it's loud coming from the outside. There is more thunder, and just wind is rattling the house. There's just also, the boards are creaking more, and things feel unstable as you draw closer with the letter opener.
Did you want this back, maybe? Or did you want me to open something?
There is a resonant
if there's any
pulse
unknown
from the heart. There is, I will say, because you're holding the letter opener, there's a pale blue glow, very similar to one you recently saw, coming from the seam of a drawer in a desk.
She will go open the drawer.
Opening the drawer, there's a sealed letter, just with some wax.
She will use the letter opener to open it because she's fucking
Makes
confused.
Sense.
Yep.
This wax is stamped though.
I feel like the glowing things go together.
It has an official stamp seal to it. You easily crack the seal with the letter opener, and immediately the letter stops, like, glowing, but the letter opener is still, like, blue in your hand. Just not quite as bright as when it was at the bottom of the supernatural ocean. You open the letter and you can see, like, there's a couple papers stuffed in here, but these are for the disillusionment. Nope. Dissolve. Yes. These are for dissolving a company. And, like, forfeiting assets. And lots of legal documentation on, like, who is responsible for what. This is some life-changing stuff for a business owner that you hold in your hand.
And would I be able to tell if it was like what company it was? Like, was it the shipping company? Or no, the shipping company was going to buy a new boat, so that wouldn't make sense.
Shipping company was going to buy a new boat, but they might still be able to do that under new ownership. These are for, like, a lot of things that pertain to pretty much all the companies.
Okay. Trying to leave?
I mean, this is it's, you know, it's not a diary entry. It is work that was put into to make a change. Like, this is somebody stepping down. Getting affairs in order.
Preparing for something.
But you said leaving, and it seems like yes.
And this guy over here, I assume that the guy in the corner is still there.
Oh, he's still the same pathetic pile that he was before.
Yeah, I assume he probably didn't want her to leave. Especially not if she was gonna, like, dissolve the company, take the money. What do you think, Effie?
I think there's a lady on a boat waiting for her somewhere, and I think this maybe would have helped her make a choice on some lingering business. Maybe she never got a chance to read it yet?
Or she just never got a chance to leave.
Yeah, that too. This is weird, but I, like, tried giving her a letter really close to her glowing heart earlier. Maybe we can try giving something like the letter opener or this letter to her glowing heart.
I will try any. B goes up to the lady and kind of presents the letter opener. It's still glowing, right?
Yes, it's still glowing, and the letter opener, once presented up close, lifts from your hands and, like, plunges into the wound on the chest, the heart, and sort of just dissolves into it. As this happens, a creaking, moaning sound from the house, like wood stretching, as things start to sound bad in here, and the house actually warps to the point where the front door bursts open from pressure. Feels like the house is going to collapse.
Yeah, I feel like we should leave.
Yep,
I got
take-
Teague.
Yeah, you do.
He's
Yeah.
gonna
Do
haul Teague
do
up.
we take this old lady? Or young lady? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that her missing a heart means she's probably not coming back to life.
Okay, let's go.
The shadows on her fully stop. And then light just explodes out of her. Mostly this just kind of like gray mixing with white light, as to look at her is to nearly be blinded. You're going to have to run out. Unless you want to do something right now that pertains to her, you got to go.
Yeah, no, I'll.
Nope.
I'll
Bee's just
I'll
scooping
bounce,
up
I'll
the little
bounce, I'll leave.
unconscious Teague.
I'll run with Teague's shoes because I didn't take them off when I went swimming.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you run out of the house as like you hear things kind of like systematically collapsing behind you, and like wood starts to kind of splinter and stuff like that. And Lawrence, aghast, is like looking at you. He's in the driver's seat. He's kind of been waiting patiently. He motions
out.
like, get in the car.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, you dive into the car. I'm assuming both of you do.
Yippers.
Yeah, she would Bee would tell Effie to get in like the front seat so that she could scooch in the back
Yeah,
without
and
having to jostle.
once you're just kind of like in, Lawrence hits the gas just to get you like further away from the house. You don't leave, you just kind of like scoot around this little like circular lane in order to get a more far away perspective, but also just not be in the radius of debris that is falling everywhere all around where the car like was really close to before. And
yeah.
like rain soaked, someone's legs is probably sticking out of the car long enough for it to like scoot around and like come to a stop again. Lawrence, not saying any words, just open mouth, looking at the house completely collapsing. All of you can see as it just tumbles into a pile of wood and like dust and settling as like the rain kind of helps wash away a lot of this dust, and you can just see through a curtain of rain a confused looking woman standing in front of the house. She has a cap on, she has a messenger bag, she has brown clothing. She is kind of like shaking off some of like the dust and looks a little disoriented, coughing a little bit, getting covered in rain now.
Bee would hop out, gentleman. Hi there. Do you want to get into the automobile and out of the rain?
Who the hell are you?
Well, I am Bee. I and my fellow friends over here came because the house was weird, and we were trying to figure out what happened in it, and then it fell down. I mean, there's obviously like tons more to the story, but it's also super rainy out. And
He like looks
you
back
look about
up
as
at her
confused
like,
as we are.
what the holy hell? Yeah.
Was this your house?
No, well, I looks really disoriented for a moment, collecting her thoughts. She's trying to say something, and it's just not coming out of her mouth. I know I knew something about this. I gotta sit down, not in the rain though. I'm gonna come with you.
Oh, please, please, please.
And
Yeah.
yeah, she kind of comes with you. You all pile into this car, feeling like a little bit more normal. You still have like some physical debilitations to work through. Teague went through a lot of shit, that's for sure,
Yes.
as he's unconscious.
Poor guy.
And you drive away pretty hastily because you need medical attention.
Yep.
Lawrence ferries you away, and you just hear the rain. No thunder. The lightning has stopped. The rain is pouring still, but it is an even sound going across all of creation. The sea, the land, the trees, everything is blanketed in this rainwater. And the house behind you is still destroyed. Nothing else comes out of that house. The woman next to you, in her early 20s, her name is Cody Bruce. She works for a courier service that recently lost its founder. Somebody who they have no record of anymore, just disappeared right out of the books. Name cannot be found. Some records have been accused of being either sabotaged or disappearing, being stolen in some ways. A similar story to a couple other businesses, including a shipping service that just the owner is gone. No trace. And Cody swears that she was going to meet somebody, but can't remember who that person is. However, they follow up with you quite a while later, months later, asking via mail if you sent them a letter, and included is a copy of the letter they received, which is essentially very fresh, like fresh paper, this fine blue ink, like a nice parchment that even has like a company letterhead on it, but not really branded with anything. Sealed with a simple wax stamp. The letter goes into a shocking amount of detail about how Cody can expect a decent payout from some workplace incident that you can see. There's a Cody letter, and then there's a mysterious letter. The Cody letter says, yeah, I know I met you when a house was collapsing, but I don't remember a workplace accident. The mysterious letter says, there was a workplace accident. You are owed a lot of money from the company that will be transferred to you. And it urges Cody move on with her life and find something amazing and adventurous out there across the sea in another place.
Weird.
That's all we have for today.
You're taking care of her. Oh.
Oh my god.
You
That was
guys
fun.
skirted by with 2 out of 3 of our fatal checks.
The question mark was thank you. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Love it. Love it.
Yes,
It's fine.
indeed. You know?
What do you mean we all drowned?
That's how the dice roll. Yeah.
That's how things happen.
It's just how it is sometimes.
It is.
That's how it is sometimes.
Well,
Do you have any questions, thoughts, final anything on your side?
I want the soot demon and the angel and the anxiety demon to go
Be
into a new
friends.
edition of your game whenever you do
Yes.
an update.
Run an entire campaign about them.
So great. But no, I don't have any questions. I had a good time. Be it a spoopy time, I had a good time.
Very happy that I could get you all alone and vulnerable, Fonda, where you were just,
It was
with no
chaos.
help.
It was chaos.
Just chaos.
I
Yeah,
think completely alone. Had a
You had a
demon.
little friend.
It's just fucking
You had
with
a
her the
couple
whole
little
time.
friends for a little while.
For a bit.
For a bit. Yeah.
On that note,
Oh, fans.
all of the links and socials to Finn's game will be in the description. I highly encourage you check it out and maybe a future game. Maybe a future game, who's to say? And
Yeah.
Alison was
Great.
recently in a D&D podcast. A season of hers came out.
It's just starting.
Just started.
So
yes.
just the trailer came out. But yes, it's called Double D20s. It's on all the pods, on all the podcast stuffs.
Yeah, I'll have
And
links to
yes.
that
It's gonna be very
also.
fun. Lots of lots of shenanigans and nonsense in that one.
I'm gonna check it out. Everybody should check it out.
Yeah.
Everybody should check everything out. And
If you would like to look into Peabody Goodweather's game of Fatal Flaw, you can go to itch.io and find Salubrious Brew, or I have discovered you can probably just Google Peabody Goodweather, and I think that's the only thing that's going to come up, which is kind of cool, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
of course.
Yay.
And please also check out Jess. Super
Please check out
Sacco.
Jets.
Yes.
And-
Amazing art. Unofficial artist of all my D&D campaigns.
Basically official artist of everything I do, yes. So. Not everything. Wink. Winking at Fonda. Wink.
Oh, you're very kind, but I would also make Jess an official artist if I could. So
Yes. Well, I can have multiple official artists, so.
patrons of many things.
Yes.
And on that note, have a great and wonderful rest of your day, everybody, and have water. I am gonna go and not have nightmares tonight, so that's great for me.
You're welcome.
Yes. I'm also gonna go not have nightmares. Except for I'm
Sleep
actually
like a
telling the
little
truth.
baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep like a little baby.
Well, this little
Thank
baby
you, my friends.
is gonna sign us off. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.